grit of the human spirit. And after spending an amazing 2 weeks at the Tokyo Olympics, we couldn't help but think about the power of sports. So today we're going to shine a light on how sports changes lives, helping folks overcome obstacles both on and off the field. Now, traditionally, the sport of rowing isn't known for its diversity. While talent is everywhere, access is not. But that didn't stop the students of St. Benedict's Prep in Newark, New Jersey. With the help of a dedicated coach, they changed all that. And as you'll see, the school has a bit of a habit of turning tradition on its head. Spending a day at St. Benedict's Prep in Newark, New Jersey will leave you nothing short of inspired.
You're a winner. Don't miss the moment.
Heart and hustle are everywhere.
Thanks on 3. 1, 2, 3. Thanks.
On campus and 4.5 miles off.
Yes, Yamil, that's what I want.
On the Passaic River.
You know you're making a change if it feels uncomfortable.
That's where you'll find Coach Craig White.
I graduated from St. Benedict's. I live in Newark. I've lived in Newark my whole life. What makes St. Benedict's Prep different is everything.
And he's not kidding. The students take charge here. So when one asked him to start a crew team, he had no choice but to take it up with the headmaster, Father Leahy.
And I told him, I said, no, crew's too expensive, Craig, we can't do crew. One day I was walking around the property, walked through a door and tripped over an erg. So I called Craig. I said, Craig, what the heck is the erg doing here? Oh, somebody just gave it to me. Make up some story, right? Ergs kept multiplying. And then one day I look across my room in the monastery, just thinking, 8-man shell. Craig, he just ignored me. So now you're here doing a story on the crew team.
What started as a leap of faith is now a 10-year success story.
We're consistently getting higher and higher and higher and higher up the rankings. Our kids this year, they advanced to the semifinals at Stotesbury Cup for the first time in a decade.
I never really imagined that I could be a part of something so big. When I got to the team, I was just surprised that, wow, this actually exists. And that was really one of the first things that I could dedicate myself to.
That dedication got Yamil, Jaden, and Alvaro a ticket to U.S. Rowing's Olympic Development Program. And now they're dreaming bigger than they could have ever imagined.
My dream one day is to make the Olympics.
I would love to go to the Olympics.
My dream is to make the Olympics.
If one of my kids is on the Olympics, I'm probably gonna break the television. You know, screaming and throwing stuff, but it's great. Do we have a future Olympian in this group? Yes. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
While gold medals would be nice, Coach White says it's the character building on and off the water where the real magic happens.
Every time I have to do something hard, I think about it. I've been on the erg for 90 minutes straight before. I just think about that and be like, okay, I can do this. If I can do that, if I can do 90 minutes on the erg, I can definitely do this.
What we do on the water every day, without question, changes lives. When the kids come to us and they're part of the team, they change for a couple of reasons. One, first off, they learn and they understand that I have power to make my life better. It's not just about the sport, you know? It's about, am I making myself better? Not just interpersonally, but am I becoming a better athlete, holistically better? Is my technique improving? Are my grades improving? Is my relationship with my family improving? And every generation of kids, every year, they raise the bar. And they do that themselves.
But they'll tell you, none of this would be possible without Coach White.
He's the guy.
He's just the guy. He's just the guy.
He does a lot for us. He sacrifices a lot for us.
He's kind of like a second father to me.
These kids are so grateful for everything. They're grateful for each other. They're grateful for the experience. And you could literally ask them to move mountains, and they'll do it.
From changing lives to changing the world of rowing to recognize the value of diversity in the sport, Coach says he's just getting started.
The rowing community in our country in particular struggled. It struggled to be able to diversify the sport. You know, our kids get hooked the minute that they get in the boat. So all we have to do is to provide access, open a door. And then once the kids walk through it, they want to do it every day. I want these kids to have whatever they want. I want them to be able to grow into the world. They have the grit, they have the intelligence, they have the work ethic. So to be able to share myself and my family and my time with these kids, to be able to watch them grow, to be able to do what was done for me to another generation of young people, what else is there, you know?
Skateboarding made its Olympic debut this year, but it's a 46-year-old newcomer and mom of two who has everyone talking. Known by her alter ego, Auntie Skates, Orby Roy's uplifting and inspiring skating videos have gone viral on TikTok, proving she's not your average auntie.
When I get on a skateboard, it is the most liberating feeling I've ever experienced. And whatever problems that I'm having in my life, they just go away. Yay! And when I get in a sari and I start flying in the bowl, it's just really fun. I feel very lucky that I found skateboarding. I could have lived my whole life and never found it.
Meet Orby Roy, also known as Auntie Skates on social media. She's a 46-year-old mother of two who started to skateboard just 3 years ago.
When I started skateboarding as a family, I started an Instagram account just to track our progress for fun and feel good about us as a family skateboarding together, and it made me really happy. Then in January of 2021, it was a particularly dark period for, I think, a lot of people with COVID, and everybody just seemed depressed. People weren't even hiding it anymore, and myself included. I think that mental health, everybody's mental health was suffering. So I created Auntie Skates as a way to spread joy and positivity. I started a TikTok account. I had never even been on TikTok before, and I took a character, Auntie, and I just started posting really fun, uplifting videos. I had created the character Auntie some time ago in improv, and I may or may not have been disciplining my children with that accent.
Hello everybody, it's Auntie. I'm out in the cold weather in Canada to do a rock to fakie. First try. Ready?
That was one piece of it. And the other piece of it was I was getting on Instagram more, and I started following young South Asian women. And I started to notice that they were complaining often about auntie. And every culture has that toxic person in their lives, the person that tries to bring them down, the person that's always judging them, you know, the person that says, "Why aren't you married yet?" And every culture has that, my culture included. So why not be the person that builds people up? And that's why Auntie Skates was created, specifically.
And it wasn't just her age that made her stand out in the skate park.
As a South Asian woman, I do wear traditional dress often for special occasions, weddings. Any chance I can to wear a sari, I will wear it. A sari is a traditional Indian outfit that women wear, and it's a long piece of cloth that you wrap around yourself. It comes in really bright, vibrant colors. I like to have fun as a skateboarder. I like to have fun as a mom. And I took Auntie Skates a little bit further, and I put Auntie in a sari, and I skated the bowl.
Orby didn't realize the impact that she would have on others.
It was the comments that people were leaving, from the 40-year-old man who used to skate as a kid and bought a board because of me, to the young Indian girl in a village in India who said, if you can do it, I can do it. It resonated with so many people in so many different ways.
Roy was always someone that took risks, even when she was a young girl.
My parents are immigrants. They came to this country in the 60s, and I think when they came to this country, they had culture shock. They didn't really feel comfortable raising a daughter in a new, more liberal country, and I think what happened was they kind of doubled down on their old school values. They were doing what they thought was best for me, and they were setting some standards based on their own fears. And the great thing about my parents is that they learned from their mistakes. Yes, I got a computer science degree. Yes, I worked on Wall Street. But that day that I called my father and told him I was walking away from this job, and he supported me, and my mom supported me, I knew that I would always have my parents' support no matter what crazy thing I did. And with Auntie Skates, the fact that I was doing skateboarding in the first place, they were behind me immediately.
Sadly, Roy lost her beloved father, Shamit, this year.
I've always leapt before I looked, and the reason why I've been able to do that is because of my father's support. He always had my back, and he would gently guide me.
Family support has always guided Roy, and it was her husband, and ultimately becoming a mother, that made her want to pick up a skateboard and try.
When I first started talking to Sanjeev, skateboarding came up right away. He told me he sprained his ankle skateboarding and he couldn't come and meet me and that I should come and meet him. And I immediately asked him, are you a pro skater? I had no concept of adult skateboarding. And he said, I'm not a pro skater, I'm an adult skateboarder, I just like to skateboard.
She just fell in love with it. Next thing you know, I get a text message of her dropping in on a quarter pipe and and like falling on her butt and laughing. And yeah, I think that was it. That hooked you.
When we're sessioning, which is a bunch of us skating together, we just feed off of each other's energy and we push each other to try new tricks. We celebrate together, and we also push each other a little bit. Why not?
Roy believes skateboarding has actually made her a better parent.
Let's go! Yeah! I can do it! What's up?
There's a lot of life lessons to be learned in skateboarding. I've watched my kids' confidence grow so much as they skateboard. And they also learn a little bit about perseverance. You're not going to get something right away. It's not going to be handed to you. Sometimes I'm mad, sometimes I'm frustrated.
Mama, you say I'm the drama queen. I am the drama queen.
They see all the emotions that I go through and they see me get through it. And that's what they're mimicking that behavior now. Sometimes people are at the skate park and they're a little bit nervous. And I always go to those people and say, how are you doing? Do you need some help? And now they do the same thing too. And just the fact that they have compassion and empathy and that they've learned that, it makes me so proud. It makes me so proud. That's parenting 101, I guess.
People ask her, "Are your kids embarrassed of you starting this thing?" And we're not. We're really proud of her. Like, there's no reason to be embarrassed. Like, if you have like a super cool parent or a super cool mom, be proud of it.
As a 46-year-old woman who gets into a bowl and skates in a sari, I want people to know that you can do anything you want. Be kind to yourself and follow those dreams. Do that thing you thought was too late to do. Do the thing that makes you happy. Auntie believes in you.
Turning obstacles into opportunities might seem daunting for some, but not for weightlifter Chris Rudin, who has dedicated his life to teaching others how to live without limitations.
A lot of people know that I was born with a disability, but a lot of people don't know the story behind the glove and why I've kept it on for so long. I started wearing this glove in middle school. I was used to the looks, but it wasn't until I went to middle school that kids started making fun of me. So this is the first time I am taking my glove off in front of people I've hidden from everyone else and myself, and I can't anymore. I really can't. I remember making that video, uploaded it to YouTube, I closed my laptop, and I just didn't look at it. I was like, I don't care what happens, I'm just gonna avoid it. And I woke up to being on the front page of YouTube, on the front page of Reddit, and all over the internet. Washington Post picked it up, and just everyone ran with it. This is me. It's a part of me. It's something I have to learn to fully accept. And I guess you do too. My name is Chris Rudin, and I was born with 2 fingers on my left hand and a shorter left arm. I never even thought that there was other people like me. I accepted that I was different, and for a long time I accepted that I was broken. I accepted that I was less than. I always told myself that I never needed to stop hiding, to the point where I wouldn't leave my house if I couldn't find my glove. I've had to even text my dad, I'm like, hey, I need a glove, and he would go to the store to get me one because I wouldn't leave the house. I refuse. But I set a goal, if I ever got a prosthetic arm, which is almost impossible to get, that I would take my glove off and I would show the world. Since my last post, I have been invited to be on a TV show hosted by The Rock.
I never thought I would take my glove off and show people my disability. I'm here for every kid that's afraid of being different, every kid that's afraid of the way they look or the way they are. I'm here to show that it's possible, and I hope every kid in America knows limitations are self-imposed.
Great job. Thank you. To look back and go from the kid who was hiding, the kid who was ashamed to be in front of everyone, to being on magazine covers, being on billboards with The Rock, a guy who used to play with his action figures, and speaking all around the world, making a book, breaking a world record in deadlifting over 650 pounds with one hand against non-disabled people. All of that is amazing, but every day I get to help someone have that light bulb moment of, hey, I'm more than my circumstance, is the best feeling in the world. Super early this morning, but it's time to head to Nubability. Nubability is a nonprofit organization that teaches kids with limb differences how to play organized sports. I'm really excited to meet the kids, to see how the camp is. I never really had any of this growing up, so it'll be fun. How you doing? This is my first year as a coach at Nubability.
When you think of the word overcomer, it's every single person in this room.
What I really love about Nubability is there's archery, fishing, basketball, football, every sport you could imagine, even lifting weights. But more than just the sports, it's the opportunity to overcome any obstacle that this limb difference or amputation might present.
Snag it.
Oh, that's all right, man. Good hustle. Go.
Oh my God, I'm so glad I got to see you. Are you fishing? Yes. Bonding with the next generation makes me feel impactful. It makes me feel like I'm serving some sort of higher purpose beyond the struggle that I have, but the struggles that everyone else faces. You can reel up the line a little bit. Come on, you gotta know we're gonna catch fish.
Mr. Chris is awesome, kind, sweet, nice to others. Mr. Chris is one of my most favorite people in the world.
Got it. Reel it in.
And the most funnest one I've ever met.
Boom! Boom! That's a catfish. Good job. One more time. All the way down. Chest up, knees out. Up. Good job.
Good job.
I'm stretching. I was teaching kids strength and conditioning, but what I was really teaching them is unwavering confidence. Up. The ability to be resilient and the ability to adapt for any circumstance. The most fulfilling moment today was definitely watching this guy who was definitely taken aback by like everything. He deadlifted for the first time in his life, and he was emotional. He was definitely emotional, and it got me to watch a kid go from being timid to confident. You just did 4 different workouts in 2 seconds.
That was cool.
I love that light bulb moment that took me 17 years to happen. It takes them a few minutes.
Look at you doing pull-ups.
It's important not to hide who you are, because in hiding, you'll never discover who you actually are. All you will be is a carbon copy of everyone else, and the world has enough other people, and the world doesn't have any of you.
Good job.
So why rob the world and the next generation of the potential and the reach and the impact that you can be by being yourself? Being seen makes me feel like a person who's not broken. And the biggest moment of feeling seen was when I looked at my mirror and I wasn't ashamed of what I saw anymore. The upside to my story is, regardless of what life throws at you, there's always a way to make it to the top.
Today on The Upside, we're shining a light on the ways sports uplift and inspire. Up next, we're going to introduce you to a young boxer who's doing just that, fighting to claim a place for women in a sport still dominated by men.
I didn't think when I had started boxing that I was gonna come this far. I didn't know I was gonna grow this fast.
This is Violet, the warrior princess Lopez.
I would probably say I'm more of a warrior than a princess.
A 13-year-old boxer from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who's shaking up the world of youth boxing.
People say boxing is not meant for girls. I want them to see me as someone who shows you that you can do the sport you love, even though it's a sport that people say is not meant for you.
Violet was born with the heart of a fighter.
She's our youngest female boxer ever to compete out of the United Community Center. And I taught her from scratch, from a kid that didn't know nothing.
One day I was at home and my dad came home from work and he was like, your cousins are gonna do boxing, do you wanna try it to see if you like it?
They looked around, they trained a little bit, and then as the weeks went on, she just got more and more into it.
At just 8 years old, Violet won her first fight. She was forced to wait 2 years for her next fight because there wasn't another female competitor in her age group.
Early on in her career, she was always down on herself because she never knew when she was going to get a fight. Being a female in boxing and then being an 8-year-old female, there's not many 8-year-old females that want to get punched in the face.
For 2 years, she just trained. They would have show fights here and all the boys are fighting, but she wasn't. She was just watching from the stands. She started to kind of think if it was for her because she didn't feel like there was enough room for females in boxing just because there was no opportunities for them.
I think that she realizes now that it's just part of the sport for female boxers.
That's the last round, okay? 20 seconds.
Not being able to get a fight and her crying because she wanted to fight, That's just as bad as losing.
But Violet didn't let that stop her. By 12 years old, she was the top-ranked amateur boxer in the country in her division, winning gold at the Junior Olympics and 5 national championships.
I want everyone to know that I worked really hard to get to where I am right now, and it's not always easy.
One of Violet's biggest challenges is outside the ring, fighting the stereotypes that are familiar to many female athletes.
Their biggest challenge is the fact that they are a female and not a male. People just assuming that they have it easier, people thinking that the training may be different for them, not as hard, they don't have to do as much. To see her cry in her bedroom. To say that my daughter wouldn't have national championships if she were a boy because it'd be so much harder and like that's real boxing is just crap.
Nonetheless, Violet persisted.
Leading up to Lake Charles, I thought we had a really good camp. You know, she knew she had to step it up and she had to fight harder, prepare harder. Violet persevered. She outboxed them. She did what she had to do.
I'm really happy. I'm glad that I got another win in my book.
Violet was poised to have her best season ever in 2020.
2020 was going to be the year like that. I just skyrocketed. But no, the coronavirus came along. It impacted me so much. I had to take off a year of showing people what I can do and who I want to be and what I want to change for boxing.
Violet's gym closed in March of 2020, and she had 3 of her upcoming tournaments canceled because of the pandemic. Her next national tournament was set for March 2021.
I'm looking forward to fighting because I haven't fought in it's going to be a whole year once that time comes.
Not having fought in a while, it is going to be a little more difficult because I'm going to have to like get back into the groove of things.
I just always tell her to continue to be her and work as hard as she can, and that'll just be enough. To always know what you want, continue to be who you are, and just do the best that you can. We can't always expect you to win and be perfect.
Violet finished 3rd in the Youth National Championships. After that one loss, Violet's national ranking dropped from 1st to 3rd.
I think I needed that loss. That was my first loss in a long time. I gotta work harder because I want to get back to the #1 spot because that's where I should be. I'm graduating 8th grade, so I'm going to become a high schooler in a few months. My birthday is coming up too, so I'll be 14.
I'm beyond proud. I'm beyond proud. There's not a word. For what we've accomplished and for what we've done together, I just don't feel like people can take that away from me.
In July, Violet's home gym reopened, and she earned a bronze medal at the 2021 Junior Olympics in Lubbock, Texas. Next up, she's aiming for that #1 ranking.
My goal is to get my #1 spot back because that's what I want, period.
Probably cause I am a star and I got what it takes. Cause I'm finna go far, finna win first place.
That's it for us on the Upside, Power of Sports. Hope you walk away inspired by the incredible people and stories that we showcased today, proving that you don't have to be an elite athlete to experience the life-changing power of sport.
Hey guys, Willie Geist here. Hope you're enjoying Today All Day. One of my favorite parts of hosting Sunday Today every week is the opportunity to sit down with some of the biggest stars in the world and spend a bunch of time with them to dig through their life and career. So now I want you to enjoy some of our very favorites from the last few months. That is Will Arnett playing the hilariously buffoonish magician Job Bluth on the beloved series Arrested Development. Arnett had been bouncing around New York and Los Angeles for more than a decade, doing mostly dramatic work when he landed that role, which put him on a path to comedy stardom. The classically trained Canadian actor, who shares 2 sons with ex-wife Amy Poehler and became a father again last year, has gone on to make audiences laugh in movies with Emmy-nominated TV roles, as the voice of animated characters in ubiquitous TV commercials, and on a hit podcast he hosts with a couple of buddies, one of them a co-star from Arrested Development. Will and I got together over Zoom the other day to talk about all of it. in a virtual Sunday sit-down.
Like many parents these days, Will Arnett is just trying to find a quiet place to work from home.
I understand you got a very busy house.
I mean, there's a chance that that door behind me at any point could burst open and somebody's gonna come in with, so-and-so did this, so-and-so wrecked that, I cut my arm off.
The 51-year-old father of 4 boys escaped the chaos long enough to host a new season of the reality competition show, Lego Masters.
Good luck and get your brick on. Our show is very lighthearted, and it's a show that really celebrates people who are into Lego and who are Lego builders or who are aspiring Lego builders. There's a whole community out there, Willie, that not a lot of people know about. We're not a gotcha show. We're not a reality show where we get people all, boozed up and then watch them cry or fight with each other. Ultimately, I also want to wreck their builds at the end of the day.
A childhood fan of Lego, Arnett has become something of an ambassador, thanks to his role as the gravelly voice of Lego Batman in the run of blockbuster Lego movies.
I'm Batman. I couldn't have imagined as a kid that later on as an adult, I would have this connection to Lego, make all these movies, all the while having my own kids, young kids at that same time on this totally different track, being really into Lego and building, and then now doing Lego Masters. It's all very surreal, to be honest. I'm still just a Lego fan and dad of kids who love Lego.
I think we have to point it out. You say Lego, not Legos, which I only learned recently.
That's right. The plural of Lego is Lego.
Wow. Okay.
I don't like to shame people if they say Legos, because we all learn it at a certain point. And we've all used the term Legos. It's probably the only area of my life where I don't correct people. I don't know why.
When he isn't building or bashing Lego, Arnett is co-hosting the popular podcast Smartless, launched last year with his friends and fellow actors Jason Bateman and Sean Hayes.
Smartless. Really the heart of the show, it's just the three of you giving each other crap. How much fun has that been?
It's been so much fun. I was going to do a podcast and I told Jason, and then he called me like 2 days later. He said, I just had dinner with Sean, told him that you're starting a podcast, and then we agreed that we should do it with you. And I was like, wait, what? So he was like, yeah, so we're the three of us are doing a podcast now. You're not going to take your hat off because today your hair is a mess. Oh, I love those guys so much. It's unbelievable. Sometimes when I go into the booth and start doing the show, that's a break from the insanity that's kind of going on around me. And that's my chance to have something to eat, talk to my buddies.
I was texting with Jason today. He wanted to know if you could slide your meal window into a spot in your day when it doesn't conflict with the podcast so that you're not eating an Italian sub when you ask your questions.
You're a real loose cannon. You know
I
that,
can't
baby?
understand what you're saying. Put the food down.
You always have food in your hands.
So real from him. By the way, here's the best part. It's not just a burn, Willie, but he actually means it.
Born and raised in Toronto, Arnett moved to New York to pursue acting in 1990.
I had a pretty normal childhood in so many ways. It was not traumatic. I have great parents. I still talk to them a lot. Do I want to find the person who taught my mom how to text? Yeah, I want to find them. Are we at a ratio of 30-to-1 text in her favor? Yeah, we are.
She using the emojis yet, or is it just all caps firing off at you?
I mean, she's been drunk on emojis for years.
Arnett landed bit parts on Sex and the City and The Sopranos, but his breakthrough came in 2003 on the cult hit series Arrested Development, where, co-starring with Bateman, he played part-time magician Job Bluth in a hysterical performance that earned him an Emmy nomination.
I've made a huge mistake. Is that gratifying to understand and to hear the sort of staying power of this show you did, 18 years ago?
Yeah, it is. It's really gratifying. I kind of landed backwards in comedy. I think one of the great things is that it's not too zeitgeisty. So the jokes, they're still relevant because they're about these people and about these characters, not about what's going on in that moment in time. It's just timeless, really, in that way.
Arnett had other memorable roles on comedy hits like The Millers and 30 Rock, all while becoming one of the most sought-after voice actors in Hollywood and in advertising.
Make the most of every moment. Are you drooling? Good.
In addition to deploying his pipes to sell candy in trucks, Arnett was the lead voice for 6 seasons on the acclaimed offbeat animated Netflix comedy BoJack Horseman.
Normal childhood, and then just get right into the being famous part.
You have a guy who's spiritually and morally bankrupt, even though he's at the top of his game, and how incredibly sad and hollow he feels and bitter, and how aware he is of where he's at, too. It just, yeah, really extraordinary.
Nailed it.
Were you born with the voice like this? Did you train your voice?
Like most things in my life, Willie, just kind of happened. My dad's got quite a deep voice, and he always claims that if anything happens to me, that he's just going to take over, which I think is rude. First of all, he's 83, A, and B, why are you thinking about something happening to me? What's your problem, dude?
I like the presumption that you're going first, and he's going to pick up the work.
Again, yeah. Well, I come from a family of optimists. I will say that. I'm a total optimist. I always just believe that things are going to work out, and they usually do. I think in life, there's enough sort of negative stuff out there. You might as well focus on what's working.
Dad waiting in the wings. Tough business. Lego Masters airs Tuesday nights at 8, 7 Central on Fox. And you can listen to Will conducting interviews with his mouth full on Smartless, wherever you get your podcasts. Don't forget to subscribe to our Sunday Sit Down podcast to hear the full-length interview with Will Arnett, featuring some great trash talk about Jason Bateman. You can find it on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get yours.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Maybe in some ways, it would have been better if Juneteenth had stayed one of those things that only black people know about, you know? Like Carmichael cross trainers or DJ Amaretto or whiskey cups. Don't worry, black people. I was just making a bunch of those things up to throw white people off the trail. You guys go celebrate Juneteenth while they're figuring this all out. Go now. Go now. Yeah, those whiskey cups.
That is Trevor Noah hosting The Daily Show this week from home. Noah was virtually unknown to American audiences when he inherited that seat from Jon Stewart in September of 2015. Since then, the South African comedian has made the nightly topical show his own, even while hosting this year from a corner of his New York City apartment. As Noah and his Daily Show team consider when to move back into the studio, Noah announced this week he will return to the road this fall for a stand-up comedy tour. Meanwhile, his 2016 memoir, Born a Crime, remains a phenomenon. This morning, it sits at number 3 on the New York Times nonfiction paperback bestsellers list.
nearly 5 years after its release, with a movie version on the way. Trevor and I got together on a steamy New York City day for a Sunday sit-down in the park just across the street from his Daily Show studio.
This literally feels like a different life.
Yeah.
I feel like you're interviewing me post the Daily Show right now.
Yeah.
You know?
Even with the worst of the pandemic behind us, hopefully, Trevor Noah is not quite ready to give up his new, much shorter commute. But there are signs of a return to pre-pandemic life all around him. You demanded, it was in a note that you wrote, hand wrote.
Yes.
I have to be in front of a billboard of myself.
Well, what I like is to have a billboard to remind me that I did have some semblance of a professional job before the pandemic. So I like to have that as a reminder for myself.
From Trevor's couch in New York City to your couch somewhere in the world.
Like many of us, Noah has been working from home for more than a year.
Right now, we don't know when we're going to go back to the studio.
Broadcasting The Daily Show alone in his apartment.
We are friends now.
It's the weekend, baby!
Imagine all the people.
Imagine you shut the up!
And trading his suit and tie for something more comfortable.
I feel like I owe you, the viewers of The Daily Show, an explanation. I'm referring, of course, to my hoodies. There's hoodies in every nook and cranny of my cupboard. There's just hoodies everywhere.
Showing up.
Everywhere. But in many ways, the hoodie has become, you know, the uniform that I don for this period of time. It's become, you know, It's become my little safety blanket. It's how I've created a sense of normalcy in a world that is completely abnormal right now.
How do you adjust that doing a late night comedy show where you're in a little nook in your apartment?
I adjust it because I have to. I found as a performer, I had to find a different gear, a different conversation that I would be having with an audience. I think of one person, think of one set of eyes, one almost like collective idea of a human being who watches my show. And it's almost the imprint from all the people who came to the studio.
Yeah.
And I go, okay, that person is here now. I'm talking to them. What would I like to say to them? Now, please remember, guys, while some of us are stressing at home about what show to binge next on Netflix, hospitals have a real issue on their hands.
When you and I talked, I think it was about 3 years ago, we were in that studio, and you said...
Because at the end of the day, if The Daily Show is not funny and entertaining, then I don't think I'm doing my job.
So how do you navigate those heavy issues and those heavy moments in our society and still be funny about it in the way you've been for the last year and change?
I ask myself what the purpose of that funny is. And I think that's something that during the pandemic, I've really crystallized in myself as a human being. I use humor as a coping mechanism, as a pressure release valve. And so what I'm really trying to do now is say to an audience, tune into my show. If you would like to be kept abreast of what's happening in the world, and if you don't want to feel like it's all doom and gloom, because I don't believe it is.
But Noah knows comedy is not a cure-all. Last spring, with the country rising up in the wake of George Floyd's murder, and with The Daily Show on hiatus,
hey, what's going on, everybody?
Noah took to social media to express his thoughts on racism in America.
What's really interesting about what's happening in America right now is that a lot of people don't seem to realize how dominoes connect. When George Floyd was murdered, I was actually grateful for the fact that I wasn't on air, because I now didn't have to react to what was happening, but I could observe. I could listen to people. I could see what was happening, and I didn't have to immediately say something about it or even feel like I had to say something about it. One ray of sunshine for me in that moment was seeing how many people instantly condemned what they saw. I'm not trying to even find the funny. I'm trying to find the honesty. I think in many ways we've become a society that's good at shouting, and I don't think people shouldn't have opinions, but man, we should get better at having conversations about those opinions. Joe Biden is so lucky. All he has to do is have a vaccine plan and not lie for 10 minutes. And he's basically what, the next George Washington?
In a new administration, Noah now dedicates less of the show to the president's daily tweets and more to topics like climate change, gender discrimination, and recent violence against Asian Americans.
Biden delivered on one thing that he promised on, and that was he's going to be the president that nobody wants to talk about.
Right.
That's been great, because now we get to delve into issues that affect everybody. There are still people who are struggling. That will always happen from administration to administration, so I think it goes beyond politics. There was one man who came up to me after a show, really concerned. He was like, Trevor, hey, when Donald Trump says all these horribly racist things, do you sometimes just want to, pack it up, leave America, go back to South Africa and escape all this racism?
Born in apartheid South Africa to a black mother and a white father, Noah's complicated childhood often is the subject of his stand-up comedy and of his wildly popular memoir, Born a Crime. Now the bestseller is getting the Hollywood treatment, with help from Noah's production company and a cast that includes Oscar winner Lupita Nyong'o.
Your mother must be pleased that Lupita's playing her.
What's interesting, so my mom doesn't care for celebrity at all. And so I'm like, someone's going to be acting you. And she goes, who? And I go like, oh, Lupita Nyong'o. And she's like, who's that? I'm like, okay, I'm going to send you a picture, and this is her. And she's like, oh, okay, no, I'm very happy. I'm very happy. I'm happy that it's an African woman because I'm an African woman. And I was like, did you think I was going to ask Julia Roberts to play you? Like, what? But my mom is just like, man, she's just simple and living her life. It's like getting used to a thing again.
To hear a group of people responding to your jokes.
That'll be interesting to feel.
The Daily Show has not yet announced plans to return to the studio, but Noah will reconnect with fans in a multi-city stand-up tour this fall.
You got it? You got it?
If not before.
Who's not in? If you can't see the camera, it can't see you. Well, how many times have we taken for granted a space where hundreds or even thousands of people can come together for the purpose of laughing, really? Man, I didn't appreciate it as much as I do now.
Trevor's Back to Abnormal stand-up tour kicks off in Santa Barbara, California in September. Tickets are on sale now. The Daily Show is on hiatus for the summer and returns to Comedy Central in the fall with new episodes and perhaps that studio audience. Don't forget to subscribe to the Sunday Sit Down podcast to hear the full-length interview with Trevor Noah. You can find it on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get yours.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Day she met me at the door, said I would have to choose.
That is country superstar Brad Paisley in the video for his 2002 song, I'm Gonna Miss Her, starring actress Kimberly Williams. The two were married the next year and recently celebrated their 18th anniversary. Paisley started his career in Nashville as a songwriter, landing his first hit 25 years ago, well before the world knew his name. Since then, the 48-year-old West Virginia native has become one of the most popular artists in all of music, while rolling out platinum albums, selling out arenas, hosting the CMA Awards with Carrie Underwood, and appearing in those insurance commercials with Peyton Manning. Now, Paisley is ready to get back out on the road, beginning with a big 4th of July show tonight in Music City. Brad and I got together this week for a Sunday sit-down at the historic Ryman Auditorium in Nashville.
Just by singing the blues in the city of music.
Welcome to Nashville.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
During a year away from the stage, Brad Paisley has been thinking and writing about this famous city where his country music dream came true.
City of Music, new single. I'm telling the story of this town and rolling in here with the guitar and the dream like you did.
Well, I wrote that with Lee Miller and Ross Copperman on Zoom. We were never in the same room during the writing
Really?
of it. The nightlife that's happening right through that wall, and the crazy sort of amazing mecca that this is, this destination for pilgrims, you know. I really wanted to celebrate it, and I wanted it to musically feel the way that feels.
That celebration continues tonight when Paisley headlines a massive 4th of July celebration in downtown Nashville.
I think when you take something away for a year and a half, and you know, you could basically go down there. They could do a local community theater production of Yankee Doodle Dandy, and they'd have 300,000 people, I think.
But this is going to be a special day on the 4th of July for you to sort of say, we're back, music's back, Nashville is back.
We were going to play last year, and I'll never forget in March when all hell broke loose, and they pulled the rug out from all of us and said, no tours, let's all stay home. And I remember saying, this is great. Well, a couple of months, you know, we'll be back in June. Here we are, you know, finally. Country music was hit. It was hit hard. We lost Charlie Pride. We lost John Prine. During this disease, we lost Charlie Daniels. It's hard to properly process and mourn. This is so amazing to have the miracle of somehow getting the virus under control in this country. We're able to kind of get back together.
With the tour bus parked during the pandemic, Paisley was at home outside of Nashville with his wife, actor Kimberly Williams Paisley, and their 2 boys.
I've never spent a summer largely home with my kids, and what a great time in their lives to do that.
You and Kimberly found new ways to enjoy each other's company?
Yeah, I actually like her. I was forced to confront. So
I like to think you knew that a long time ago.
I knew that.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's still sure yet, but no, it's great. We had a pretty good time. I got to know fans better because of Zoom. I know what pajamas my fans wear. I know, you know what I mean? I know what artwork they prefer in their homes and what kind of mounted animals they have on the wall. It's awesome. I mean, got to know them better than I think I ever did in a meet and greet.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Paisley was just 7 years old when he first picked up a guitar in his hometown of Glendale, West Virginia. the young local star becoming a fixture on the show Wheeling Jamboree.
Sitting on the front porch, rain is pouring down.
Were you always going to end up in Nashville?
I think so. Worst case scenario, I could probably play guitar for somebody. Second best would be like guitar, write songs, maybe do some session work. I'm so far beyond what I would have settled for, but don't tell anybody. I'll never forget, my dad met me out in the garage and packed everything up for school. And I was going, and he came home from work. He had his aviator sunglasses on, his mustache was much thinner. And he goes to say, "Make me proud," and he couldn't make a noise. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll never forget it. And I cried all the way to Columbus, Ohio, on the way here. And once I got here, there's never been one night in this town where I didn't feel like home.
After graduating from Nashville's Belmont University in 1995, Paisley began a career writing music for other artists, landing a hit with the song "Another You" by country singer David Kirsch.
I'll have another chance, I'll find another girl.
But it did not take long for Paisley to move front and center. He released his debut album in 1999, featuring the #1 single, "He Didn't Have to Be."
All of a sudden, oh, it seems so strange to me.
I learned something early on. I'm successful because of the songs I sang, you know? My charisma is limited.
Come on now.
I'm telling you, I'm putting on an act, and I have pulled the wool over everybody's eyes long enough.
Clearly, the act is working. Over 12 studio albums, Paisley has won 3 Grammys, 14 Country Music Association awards, and scored 24 #1 hits. Of all the honors across 25 years in Nashville, though, none is more special to Paisley than performing at country music's holiest site.
Where we're sitting right now, I mean, it is the Mother Church. For people who haven't been, why is it so special?
Well, it goes all the way back to sort of the birth of what country music is. You know, the Opry started really just as a radio show, and then they needed a venue. This became the first sort of real home. And the building also goes all the way back to the 1800s, and this was a church.
Playing to the pews and the stained glass windows that have seen all of the greats in the city of music.
You get a feeling that you are carrying a lot on your shoulders being on this stage. Like, if you're gonna mess up, don't mess up here.
Does that feel like pressure when you step out here?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Venues matter. I mean, these were taken away for a year and a half from all of us. And you forget something about being in the air of a place that was missing. It's the first time I've been in this room since we wrote the words, which are "Sing it for the ghosts that came before you," and "Play till your fingers hurt." Play something that'll ring out after in the rafters of the Mother Church. Here we are. It's all right. Let's not take this for granted anymore. It's the city of music.
Hi, Today All Day. We've got a great show for you on this Friday morning. Let's kick it off with pop star. Dylan shares the latest pop culture news we all need to know. Take a look.
The first trailer is out for Ryan Murphy's latest series, Impeachment: American Crime Story. The show centers around the impeachment proceedings of former President Bill Clinton and his affair with former White House intern Monica Lewinsky. Lewinsky, played by actress Beanie Feldstein in the series, also serves as a producer on the project. Here's a peek at the trailer.
There's a woman I'm very close to, in the midst of an affair with the President of the United States.
William Jefferson Clinton, do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I did not.
Did you notice
sexual
That all-star cast, along with Feldstein as Lewinsky, Clive Owens, Edie Falco, take on the roles of Bill and Hillary Clinton. And Sarah Paulson, you might not have recognized her, but she totally steps into the shoes of Linda Tripp. She manages to transform into whoever she's acting. An impeachment premieres September 7th on FX. Next up, Courtney Cox, the Friends star, is back on her old stomping grounds, currently shooting a new series. It's called Shining Vale, and it's on the Warner Brothers lot. It turns out she's found an interesting way to keep busy in the downtime on set, and that's by helping out the crew and giving studio tours. Take a look.
On stage 5, which is right here on our right, this is where Friends started in 1994 and is now occupied by a show called Shining Vale, starring me.
All right.
Go wide. Nope. Stop. She's got it.
Yeah, you made it. Nice turn.
Oh, almost hit a car?
You're so good.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Those trams can't be easy to maneuver, but she did it just fine. Might have a future in stunt driving, perhaps?
Courtney Cox.
But still not as good a tour as the Universal tour in Hollywood. I'm just saying.
Okay. Finally, The Tonight Show.
Something extra in your paycheck for that one, Roker.
No problem. In fact, they're going to be transforming the trams. No joke. They're going to be electric. So they're not going to be polluting.
All right. We're going to have more of that on Peacock.
You bet.
Last night, Jimmy Fallon celebrated his 1,500th show, and what better way to mark the big occasion than with one of his most iconic segments, Thank You Notes.
Of course. Thank you. Vaccine cards. Sure, you might be an irreplaceable document that I have to carry around everywhere, but at least you're made of flimsy paper and don't fit in my wallet. Thank you. Traveling summer carnivals. Nothing relaxes me on a rusty, wobbly ride like the knowledge that you guys can skip town as quickly as possible. Thank you, Sharks, for not going by your original name, Murder Dolphins.
Coming up next on Today Talks, Dylan shares an incredible story you don't want to miss. Stay with us.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. Boom. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, Dylan spotlights a doctor and his patient who are about to go on a race of a lifetime in a new episode of our Upside series. Check it out.
We're back with our series, The Upside, and one man pushing himself to new heights, literally, against incredible odds.
It's a remarkable story. 2 years ago, John Hoffman was in grave condition, not expected to live much longer without a lung transplant.
Well, today he is enjoying his second chance at life and teaming up with the doctor who gave it to him.
Made it. The summit of Half Dome.
When 39-year-old father of two, John Hoffman, stood atop Yosemite National Park's famed Half Dome this April, the journey was much more than a climb.
It's been, I would say, a long, steep, tough road.
John was born with cystic fibrosis, a progressive genetic disease that causes frequent lung infections and breathing difficulties. He grew up loving the outdoors, but as time went on, they became much harder to enjoy.
Was always pretty tired. It was a lot of coughing. I would avoid stairs. Going across the house would wind me. If I needed to leave the house, I was always, trying to bring oxygen with me. It got pretty bad.
Bad enough that by fall of 2019, he desperately needed a double lung transplant. Dr. Chad Denlinger was John's surgeon.
What would his prognosis have been if he didn't get this transplant?
John's lung function was about 20% normal. He was on continuous oxygen, and he was just fighting infection after infection after infection. His expected survival might be a year or two.
Wow.
In October that year, John finally got a new set of lungs at the Medical University of South Carolina, remarkably after waiting only 2 weeks. He pushed his recovery just as fast.
I saw progress, every day, every week, every month, and just continued it. I didn't let it plateau.
Now that you have 2 new lungs in your body, how are you feeling?
I feel great. This time last week, I was hiking in the Tetons, just doing all the things that I missed out on the last few years.
Mm-hmm. I mean, most people, you think you get 2 new lungs, you start with a little jog around the corner.
Which brings us back to the top of Half Dome.
A year and a half after lung transplant, I freaking made it.
Down at the bottom, his wife snapped a picture. That tiny dot with arms raised is John. She sent it to Dr. Denlinger, who, like John, is an outdoor enthusiast. When he saw it, he ordered up a unique prescription.
Clearly, John is an outdoors type of person. He's in great shape. So I thought it would be a tremendous amount of fun and a great honor to have John join us for the race this weekend.
That race is the AR Georgia Hogback, a 24-hour adventure race where teams navigate the wilderness by bike, boat, and on foot. And Dr. Denlinger wanted a teammate with a good set of lungs.
So I'd imagine that's a good sign when your doctor thinks you're in good enough shape to be able to do something like this.
Absolutely. I was completely thrown back. This is going to be a push, and I was very excited about it, and I'm excited and nervous about it now.
If you are nervous, I guess the best teammate to have is your doctor.
Absolutely.
Doctor, what does it mean for you to have John on your team? I mean, this must be just an incredible full circle moment.
No, you're absolutely right. This is a chance of a lifetime.
What does it mean for your boys now to have their dad back and see him participating in something like this? They must just feel like you are Superman.
Yeah, they really do love it. It's a very humbling experience, and to see them get excited for things that I do, it means a whole lot to me. Love every bit of it, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I asked the doctor, I was a little concerned. I'm like, can you overuse new transplanted lungs? And the doctor said that he is not worried that he is pushing John too hard. In fact, this is actually going to make his lungs even stronger and better. So that AR Georgia Hogback Adventure Race, it starts tomorrow. And of course, we will be cheering them on as they tackle this huge challenge.
Yes, we will.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, it's always a blast when Willie drops by, plus a cool school edition of one of our favorites, Donna Rama.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there. Make the most of your day with Today all day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna, it's Friday the 13th, and Willie and I are talking superstition. Friday the 13th gives people the... Oh, see, they even play the music, right?
Gosh.
It makes people a little scared around here, even
Sure.
though 13 is my lucky number.
Well, you've got two babies on
Two
the 13th.
babies born on the 13th.
Yeah, that's a good day.
But according to a 2020 Gallup poll, about 25% of Americans say they are somewhat superstitious.
That's low, I would think.
Yeah, 25, 1 in 4.
Aren't more people superstitious?
I don't
guess
know.
not.
Are you?
I'm not super superstitious. I had to ask my wife if I have any superstitions. As you know, Christina, I'm like...
Wait, I wish y'all heard Willie's meeting that we had. Willie was like, am I superstitious? Hey, Christina, do I have any superstitions? She's like, yes, you do.
It was
What did she say?
it was a window into our lives,
Yes.
and I asked her things about me, and she, of course, knows them all. The one she came up with, which is true, is if something goes well, let's say Vanderbilt, where I went to school,
Yes.
won a football game,
Yes.
I have to wear the same T-shirt and sit in the same place in the couch for the next game. Or if the Yankees have a big playoff game, same place, same T-shirt. Now that can get old if your Derek Jeter shirt is 25 years old and has a bunch of holes in it. So it's not her favorite superstition.
Is
but
that
it's a good
something you've done since you were a little kid?
No, it's a recent adult thing, which makes it worse, I think.
And also, do you have this? Because I have a friend who really likes the Patriots. And because he didn't watch, like, they were in the Super Bowl, you know,
Yes.
they've been in the Super Bowl.
This is
Because he
one.
didn't watch it with, like,
Yes.
us, he wouldn't come to the Super Bowl party.
Right.
You have to watch it with the same group of people?
Well, my dad has that too. So my dad went to the University of Illinois, and he's convinced when he watches, they lose. So I'll be like, are you watching? He's like, no, I'm not watching. Can't watch the big Final Four game. How could I? They're going to lose if I watch. So I think it's all sports related. What about you? Do you have superstitions?
I mean, sometimes I don't like, and this comes from my mom. Remember in the meeting, they were like, what did your parents put on you? And she didn't put this on me. But my mom used to, like, sometimes my dad would say something and she'd say, don't count your chickens before they hatch.
Yep.
Which sounds like a
That's
Texas
more of a
thing to
life
say.
philosophy.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
you don't want to, but that's
Yeah.
my life philosophy. If I ever say something that could happen,
Right. It's like
I'm
you're
like,
jinxing it.
why
or
am I
something.
saying that? And then I sometimes just knock.
Yes. I knock on wood. I knock on wood.
And sometimes if I don't have wood, I just knock on plastic.
Whatever's there. Yeah.
metal.
Yeah. So it's not really clear why Friday and 13 became associated with bad luck. Inspired books, movies. Today, a lot of hotels, you probably notice, or
Yeah.
buildings don't have a 13th floor. Airlines sometimes skip the 13th row. So it's definitely a thing.
Okay, I don't think you've seen this.
No, I
And see,
can't
you do a lot of like political stuff and kind of like newsy things. Well, around here, we talk about these kind of viral moments.
Yes.
Like this amazing moment that happened to this mom last weekend. Okay, this is Morgan Tucker. She was sitting in the front row of a pro soccer match when her 2-year-old son
Oh my
broke
gosh.
away and sprinted onto the field. See him?
He's fast.
There he goes.
Go, Mom.
Oh! Into the slide.
That's a slide tackle, maybe a yellow card for
Yeah,
Mom.
she broke away herself. She ran after him. She did a quick slide. She grabbed him and she ran back.
Look at the kid. He's so happy.
Okay, so
Oh,
afterward, the child was
great.
seen sitting in the stands with a smile on his mom's lap. It's like nothing even happened.
I love the kid and I love the mom.
Isn't it
I love everything
hilarious?
about that. Great work by Mom. That's a quick response.
I know. Imagine your terror if you saw your child just interrupt something like
In a
that.
professional soccer game.
It would be bad. Has that ever happened to you, where your child went rogue?
We had, yes, at my sister and brother, Christina's sister, at their wedding, our son George was a little guy back then, and he took off down the aisle.
Did he have a roll?
Down the middle.
Did he have a roll?
He had a roll, but not at that moment.
Okay.
He thought it was always his moment.
Yeah.
He ran down the aisle, high-fived the groom during the vows, and then ran back to his seat.
But you
which
know
I
what?
thought was a nice thing.
I was
right?
going to say,
Yeah.
that was the moment that
It
everybody
was memorable.
remembered.
What about you? You've got 3 to chase around.
I mean, they run everywhere. I don't know. There's nothing that dramatic, but yes, they like to run, and I like to chase
And
after
you
them.
take.
Yeah, that's what moms do.
That's what we do.
They look hazard.
Yeah.
Okay, Willie, your Sunday sit-downs are always a weekend highlight. So you interviewed one of our favorites this week, Jane Krakowski. I love her.
Isn't she the best?
Yes.
she's so funny and she's such a good actor and all those things, but she's just a great person to hang out with, you know?
Y'all hang?
We hang, yeah. We were hanging out at this beautiful rooftop bar here in New York City. She's got a lot going on, a couple of shows on Apple TV Plus. Dickinson, she plays the mother of Emily Dickinson.
On that show, I didn't know that.
She's Emily Dickinson's mom.
With Haley, whatever.
Steinfeld.
Yeah.
And she on this series Schmigadoon, which like steps into the world of old-timey musicals. So here we are talking about her Broadway career. You may not know she also won a Tony on Broadway.
From the time I was in a crib, I was backstage at this community theater, and I've had many of those shows I've come to be in on Broadway. And those moments are the moments where I think, wow, how did this even happen? Like, how did I see my dad, you know, and my mom be in a show in community theater, and now I'm opening it on Broadway, and those days are never lost on me.
So Jane's parents were very involved in New Jersey in community theater, and they used to take her backstage in a crib when she was a little girl, and then all of a sudden here she is on Broadway winning a Tony. So you'll see our full conversation Sunday right here on NBC.
I can't wait to watch that. I'm going to steal the flicker
She's
from
the
my
best.
children. Sunday cartoons, no more. Okay, you can watch Sunday Today with Willie Geist at 8 a.m. Eastern Time right here again on NBC. Time for our weekly Friday fun and another round of Donna-rama.
I get so excited about Donna-rama. Donna, let's get started.
I love when you hype me up. Thanks, Billy. Okay, hi, everyone. If you're wondering why you're sitting in these classroom chairs and desks, well, schools are beginning to open up across the country. So for today's Donna-rama, we are bringing back Cool School, and this one is extra special because Jenna and Willie, you'll be playing against our lovely production assistants, Mariah and Sydney.
We love you, but we're sorry.
Yeah.
We're going to win, okay?
There's been a lot of competition going on already. Okay, but before I begin, I want to introduce you to the viewer at home you're all playing for. So, first up, on Team Willie and Jenna, we have Natalie Aquadro from Northampton, Massachusetts.
Natalie.
And on Team Production Assistants, we have Sharon Johnson from Helena, Alabama. Okay, as a reminder, the winner will get to hold on to this coveted Donna-rama tiara, which I know you're all desperate for.
Yes.
So here's how the game works. We want to know who knows more about the other team's generation. So it's going to be old school questions and new school questions. Can you guess who's who?
Are we the old people?
The old school.
Yes, so they'll get tested on old school questions. You'll get tested on new school.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
So let's start. First up, Team Production Assistants, Sydney and Brian. Here we go. J-Lo and Ben Affleck recently made their relationship official. What movie did they first star in together? Made in Manhattan, Geely, or An Unfinished Life?
Made in Manhattan.
No,
Is that your final answer? You work together.
Sorry, Made in Manhattan. I know who was in that.
No, it was Ben Affleck isn't in that.
Right. So, B.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
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 You are correct!
Thought we had
Let's work off together.
we had
That
them.
came out in
Nice
2003. Okay, Willie and Jenna, you are working together as well.
Let's go.
Make it this time.
Just what you thought. Olivia Rodrigo has set records with her new album, Sour. But what TV show does she currently star on? Olivia Daisy, High School Musical, the musical, the series, or Sydney to the Max?
The answer is B, High School Musical.
You are correct!
I'm getting some deja vu.
Oh, I see
Good
what you
for
did
you.
there. See, Jenna's cool. She knows everything.
I also have children. Okay.
Okay, Sydney and Brian. Tom Selleck made an appearance on the Friends reunion. What character did he play in the series? Monica's boyfriend, Phoebe's dad, or Rachel's first husband?
I'm a Friends fanatic.
So you know it?
Yeah, Monica's boyfriend.
Yes, that is correct. His name was Richard.
For the win.
Wow.
That was a good one.
For the win. Thank you, TBS.
Thought we'd steal that one.
Okay, Willie and Jenna. BTS broke the record for the biggest premiere of a song on YouTube. What was the song called? Butter, spatula, or whipped cream?
Butter.
Yes, butter.
See how we
it
hesitate?
is.
My favorite food group.
Butter. I think it's 2-2 now, isn't
And
it?
yes, I'm sorry. It hit at
Want to make sure.
10 million views in 13 minutes,
Yeah.
which is amazing. Yes, thank you for
All right.
keeping me honest. Okay, here we go. Sydney and Brian. The Isley Brothers recently came out with a song titled Friends and Family. Which of the following is not a song of theirs? Twist and Shout, It's Your Thing, or My Girl?
I have no idea.
It's Your Thing.
No. It's My Girl,
We can steal.
It's too late.
We used to be able to steal.
Well, you know what?
You forgot.
I forgot.
Of your
I
own
forgot.
game.
I'm so
know that.
sorry.
Okay, we'll steal
My
them back
Girl's by
here.
the Temptations, FYI. Okay.
Yeah.
Willie and Jenna. Which famous Kardashian or Jenner is TikToker
What?
Addison Rae BFFs with? Kim Kardashian, Kylie Jenner, or Kourtney Kardashian?
The answer is quite easy, and it's C. Kourtney
Yes,
Kardashian.
you are correct. 3-2.
I know that is.
You had that really at the ready.
I knew it.
Sydney and Mariah. This person has won 9 Grammy Awards and sold over 50 million albums. Can you name her?
Wait, yo!
The photo's up.
The photo's up. They know exactly who she is.
That's what I'm saying. Can you name her?
Well, now I hope I'm right.
Okay, go ahead.
Sheryl Crow.
Yes!
Could you name her? Yes, they can.
Did you know Mariah?
No, I
See?
Okay, do we have another
Do we get a
question?
photo?
Yes, you guys get one
Okay.
more. Okay, here we go.
Wait, this could be the game winner.
Okay. This family
Ooh,
has
boy.
this is hard. This family has a new reality show coming to Hulu. What is their last name?
We don't get an A, B, or C choice?
They didn't.
Everyone knows this.
See, this is the game.
Hold on a minute.
I
You need
mean-
a hint?
Yes.
Oh, we get a hint?
They're TikTok royalty. That might not help you much.
Is that?
I know.
Who?
Let me think of it. D'Amelio. D'Amelio.
D'Amelio!
D'Amelio.
I think we have to give them a point. How did you know that?
They're from around where we live. It's the only reason I know.
amazing.
Yeah.
We won.
Wow.
Okay, that
That
means
feels good.
you guys won. I'm
The
impressed.
hint put us over the top.
Okay.
The TikTok thing.
Well, you guys didn't need a hint.
Sorry.
Okay, so the folks at Barnes & Noble
This
are
feels
sending
good.
viewer Natalie Quadro a $300 gift card. But don't worry, ladies, you guys are getting swag bags, and so is
right.
Sharon. You'll be getting a hood and Jenna t-shirt and travel mug. And Jenna, you and Willie get to share this week.
Oh, great.
May I?
Shall we both put? Oh, why don't
Yeah,
you put
I
it
think
on?
you
Thank
should.
you.
Okay.
Thank you,
Guys,
D'Amelio.
if you
Or
want to be part of
D'Amelio.
Donorama, head to hodaandjenna.com and hit the connect button.
This is made for Hoda's head, I think.
Today Talks continues after the break. Joy Bowers here and shows Al and Dylan her latest creation for Superfood Friday.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing. So, it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
We love it because it's Superfood Friday. If you're looking for something tasty to whip up this weekend, we have got you covered. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer with a delicious meal that uses just 6 ingredients. Good morning, Joy.
Morning.
Hey guys, I have something so special for your weekend menu, and it's sort of like a mix and eat situation. It comes together in 5 minutes, and it is good. It is saucy. It's smoky. I think you're really going to love it.
And what I love about it is it's kind of a hack in that you just get a supermarket rotisserie chicken and you go to town. Get us started.
Okay, so I'm calling it my Chipotle pulled chicken in avocado boats. And we're starting with the pulled chicken. So here I have 1.5 cups of shredded chicken. You could use any leftover chicken that you have in the fridge. But what I did was took the easy way out, picked up a rotisserie chicken. You take the skin off, and then just like using your hands.
Sometimes they do.
Yeah. You're just going to shred it up just like this until you have a great big pile. So let me move this over. Now comes the easy part. I have jarred salsa. This is just 1/2 cup. And, you know, you're the boss of your salsa. You can use mild, medium, spicy, whatever you prefer. And the nice part about the salsa is it does all the chopping for you. There's chopped peppers, there's chopped onions in it. Here, this is sort of the star of the show. This is chipotle peppers in adobo sauce. So I have 2 of them chopped up, and I want to show you what they look like, because you could buy them in the grocery store in jars, and you're going to take, see these peppers? So these are dried smoked jalapenos. Well, you know, not so spicy. It has a little bit of heat. So if you're sensitive to heat, I would start with 1, and then you could always add a second. I like to add a third, truth be told. It's so smoky and so tangy. And now what I do is add an extra teaspoon of the adobo sauce right inside. And this is where I said it's just a toss and mix. This is going to come together. And if you're looking for a creamier chicken salad consistency, it's also really nice to add 2 or 3 tablespoons of a light mayo or a Greek yogurt. It dilutes the flavor a little bit, but it makes it super creamy. And then you might want to add an extra pepper in there and a little bit more adobo sauce.
But the pepper has so much flavor that I feel like it doesn't take much to go a long way.
You are so right, Dylan. And now
here's the superfood part.
Okay, guys. We have an avocado packed with potassium, packed with fiber. I split it in half. I took out the pit.
That is
and
a perfect avocado.
It is a perfect avocado.
No brown or anything.
I got so lucky this morning. I really did.
You never really know till you cut into it.
And what I like to do to take it over the top, I'm going to add a little bit of extra adobo sauce. And I'm going to show you, I have some finished right over here. Look at this. Wait.
Oh, this looks so yummy.
It is so out of this world. Look at this. Oh, my goodness.
And then I noticed on the side there, you've got, if you have some extra, you've got something else you could do with it.
Yeah, so now I'm going to show you a little bit of cilantro. I just love cilantro. I know some people are team cilantro, some not so much. I'm going to show you how to make a wrap now with it. So if you want to use that same flavorful chipotle chicken, you could then take the avocado. You see what I've done here? Another beautiful bright green one. I got super lucky. I'm going to smash it and spread it on a whole grain tortilla. Now I take my...
Hey, Joy, I love how... Who's pulling that stuff away? I love that.
You know who it is.
Is that Ian?
Ian Bowers in the house. You know, when you guys put me back on the plaza last week and the week before, Ian thought he was retired. He handed in his NBC badge, and then suddenly he was called back. So now I'm going to roll this up. And
that is so easy.
Wow, look at that.
It could not be easier. I'm going to slice it up.
Oh, that looks so
So whether you have your boats or a wrap.
There you go.
Look at that.
You are ready to eat.
And Joy, that's a wrap for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, Ian,
Can
just
I
pull that out
very quickly
too.
say?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
I'm going to say happy birthday to my hero, my heart, my dad, 83 years old. And I'm going to tell you, he is so fit. He still beats all my brothers on the basketball court. Swims every day.
Good for him.
Wow.
Artie
And we're playing the
Schlatt, I love
Smuckers
you.
birthday music. Look at that. Very quick.
Happy birthday.
He's not 100, though. Okay, let's just make sure
He's
that's
not
clear.
100, but he is on a mission to make it onto that Smucker's jar.
All right. Thanks so much, Joy. Good to see you. And for more
Bye,
on
guys.
this recipe and so much more, go to today.com/food. All righty. Well, hey guys, thanks for being here. We really appreciate it. The name of this show, Family Game Fight, it sounds a little aggressive.
It's not a good name.
That's what I said.
I'm glad you pointed it out.
There are a lot of flaws in the show.
Yeah, this is but one of many. But yes, not only that, but it's very hard to say. Your muscle memory wants to say Family Game Night. So even Kristen, who I have to say, pound for pound, is the most accurate, precise speaker on planet Earth. When she has to do recordings for movies and match her lips to the screen, one take. I watch it all the time. She's a master. She fumbled Family Game Fight
because
a
you
couple
want to
times.
say Family Game Night, and that is the feeling of the show but it's two families, and because they don't know each other, and you were building it up as a big.
It's a battle.
It's a battle. We added the word fight. We're still mulling over whether that was the correct.
We're stuck with it. Yeah. Now we painted ourselves into a corner, and here we are.
So what's the premise? What constitutes the fight, the battle? What are they playing? How are they doing this?
Lots of games, lots of weird games. There's a game called Pie Rollers where Dax and I each get a mystery word, and we have to choose how many clues do we give you before you can guess the mystery word. And we basically bet, and then whichever family takes the bet, the losing family gets a pie to the face. That's a bad game.
Well, they get multiple pies.
Multiple
There's nothing
pies.
that's bad in the show that doesn't also then occur a million times.
Yeah.
So, and what makes this game show, I think, much different is it originated from Kristen and I doing a bit on Ellen called
Taste Buds.
Taste Buds, where we're blindfolded and I'm tasting a banana. Oh, they're yellow. They grow on trees. Monkeys eat them.
Eucalyptus. Is what I said.
Al, no.
I said.
No. That's a koala clue. So we played this game on Ellen, and it was just an unmitigated disaster for about 3.5 minutes. We are not in on the joke, but
We were really fighting.
and it's objectively the funniest thing we've ever been a part of together as a team. So we stood back from it. And we were like, it's pretty hysterical watching how frustrated we are with each other. What if this was a whole show? So what's different about our show is that we're also competing against each other. So we're the mascot of our team, and we go head to head nonstop.
And we're trying to win, and each family that comes on, and it can be a pandemic family, a group of friends, anyone who considers themselves family. It doesn't have to be blood.
The Manson family.
Okay, that might end a little differently.
Yeah.
He said it's a dangerous show. And Dax is fighting for his family. I'm fighting for my family to win $100,000. And we're getting ice buckets dumped on our head and down our back. They hook up a tube in this game called Brain Freeze with a big ice watery chunk that has to go down your back and down your pants. And it is one of the most uncomfortable things I've ever done.
And we did it 18 times in a row.
Oh my God.
It would seem, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that you're tempting fate as a couple couples have enough conflict without adding to it and having a national television audience watching. Was there any hesitation in doing this?
I think what you're saying is it's arrogant, and you know what? You're dead right. It's very cocky of us to leave a house with a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old. We're already going to kill each other, and then we drive 12 minutes to Warner Brothers, and then just do it for another 16 hours straight.
Yeah.
Hey, let's stress test this thing. Let's see what it'll bear.
What we're really made of.
Kristen, you mentioned, like some pandemic families. We're all coming out of this. Are there any lessons that we might have learned during the pandemic that you see with these families that show that they've learned something during this stressful time?
I mean, I would say that a lot of the families that we had on the show, they were very close. They were teammates, and like to the best definition of that. And I think that's because a lot of these people that came on the show, they spent the last 18 months together. And I mean, certainly learned what we learned, which is that patience and grace is key. I mean, when life is busy, you can make an argument that you're allowed to be snappy with someone. But when you're just sitting in a house, you're sort of like, I've got two choices. I could be frustrated with this person because what they're doing is annoying me, or I could just choose patience and grace and give everybody a little bit of a free pass like I would be asking for. And so the families seemed, there was a group of Bruins football players, there was
firefighters,
a group of firefighters that had spent the whole pandemic even like working together, because that stuff doesn't shut down just because we have to stay indoors. a group of sisters that spent it together.
But you're right. As the saying goes, you find out who your friends are in adversity, not in triumph. So I think for the last year, they've really figured out like, oh yeah, who would I pod with? Who can I count on to do this? Who do I trust? I think a lot of people have come out of this with a sense of like who that core is.
I'm fascinated by the choices you guys make in that. So here you are, squished together during this pandemic with your kids. And admittedly driving each other nuts. So you get out of the pandemic, and the first thing you do is get into an even smaller space in an RV and start driving. So explain that choice to me.
Okay. I mean, is this a 6-hour segment? Because I got to start by saying I'm 46. Time is boogieing by. I mean, it is blowing by. Al, I'm sure it's going even at a faster rate for you. I'm committed to, well, not just that you're old, but time it collapses on itself, right? So a year for me is 1/46 of my life. For my 8-year-old, it's 1/8 of her life. Those are different. So I'm obsessed with novelty. I think when you are experiencing new sights, new smells, new tastes, that you are actually slowing time down. You're taking in more data and you're slowing time down. My example would be you go on vacation. First 3 days, you're like, man, I feel like I've been here for a week. Last 2 days are like that. So if you just keep that motorhome moving, you never get to those last 2 days.
And do you feel the same way, Kristen?
I do. Well, that's also a very, very good argument. And in our house, the best, most sound argument wins. So I can make arguments that like, well, it might be slightly uncomfortable in the motorhome. And then when I look at those two arguments in comparison, I'm like, yeah, I'd take a tiny amount of discomfort, which it really isn't, for a time stretching out. And for some reason, our family, the four of us, have learned how to cooperate in a small space better than a large space. And oddly, I would say that brings back to the pandemic lesson. You make different choices when you can't escape. When you are with someone face to face all the time, you choose wisely, I feel like. And you can, we got along great. The girls like barely fought.
I think we do have some history of like, as a little team, we'll go away, Kristen will go work somewhere. So all four of us go to a hotel for some period of time. We fly together. We do. I think we've had like a lot of little compartment. One of them's knocking at the door, even though they know they can't.
You take the question. I'll get the child. Hold on.
I said, we're on TV right now. We're on the news. And she said, okay.
And this, I'm sure, is about the doll's birthday. We found out yesterday that it's her doll's birthday, and now we have to order a cake, and she wrapped like 6 presents yesterday, and now we got to celebrate. She's taking it very seriously. Anyway.
Wow.
She's planning a Bacchanalia for this.
But as teammates, as Dax was saying, because we travel as a family when he works or when I work, we support each other no matter how crazy the idea. So we will be celebrating Gloria, the doll's birthday this evening.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's the thing, and you talk about, Dax, gender assumptions. And I think people always assume that boys smell worse than girls. And as the father of 2 girls and a boy, I can tell you that that's not necessarily so. And I understand that there's an issue in your house with that.
Well, they smell like vinegar, and I can't compare them to boys, but it's all kids, and I think you're referring to when we bathe them. It's a smell test. It's a foot smell test, and then you just pop them in the water or the shower or the bath. Yeah. But prior to that, it's too much work. So it's every couple
especially
of days.
in the summer. So something happens in summer, right? You loosen up the bedtime. All of a sudden, we realize like, oh, geez, now we're watching TV with these kids at like 11 p.m. This went off the rails. And then you're just bathing them far less, and you're kind of leaving them in charge of it, which they're bad at it. And then, a whiff will hit you, and you go, oh, it's time.
Yeah.
In fact, it was probably time yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here we are.
So was that the impetus for your line, Hello Bello, for like soaps and products for kids?
Get them clean.
Our kids were because we, we're overpaid and we live in Los Angeles. So we had our, any product that might've been fantastic, we had access to, we could afford. And at a certain point we were like, it's kind of weird if you live in Michigan, where we're from, and you are middle class, you probably can't have all the stuff we had. And we were just in a really weird position where we could approach a Walmart and start with the economy of scale that allowed us to do really premium, healthy, organic stuff for half the price of the other stuff.
We say it's your mom's ingredients at your dad's prices. And we make the amazing diapers. Hello Bello has the best diapers, and they come in a diaper box when you get the bundle that turns into a toy. Like it'll turn into an airplane. It's like a foldable box. So it's
race car. Yeah,
or a race car or a lemonade stand. We're trying to make it very cool.
Or kindling for your fire in the winter.
Oh, even better.
And then a lot of good.
It's like the Transformers of kid stuff.
Yeah, we're trying to make it fun, and all the stuff you would need for a baby or a kid, and we're putting a lot of thought into it and trying to bring it to the masses because it's about half the price of anything else.
So the girls aren't babies anymore. What now that they're out there and they're these independent, free thinking, free range kids, what are they coming home with that still just kind of gobsmacks you sometimes?
Well, currently, into our great horror, our 8-year-old has taken an interest in musical theater. So what's great is, this is really what we're dying for as parents is like, you push all this stuff on them 0 to 8, why don't you try soccer? Why don't you try this? Our life was just taking them all these places they didn't want to be. And we did not push acting because we want nothing to do with it until they're older. We don't want to drive to auditions and stuff. So lo and behold, she's studying like crazy. She's learning like reams of dialogue and songs, and she's just on fire for it. And we're not a part of that. It's just happening. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's a it's a parenting theory where you just follow the kid. And so we kind of got to follow it. She's loving it. She's doing a lot of little plays. I shouldn't say little. She's doing a lot of plays, and she's doing a great job. Yeah. And the younger one is all over the place. Yeah. We don't know what her deal is yet.
Planning. Apparently she's an event planner in the making because she has a birthday party for a stuffed animal at least once a week.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody's got to have a skill.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played.
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather, Al. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
So your parents, your producers, your actors, actresses, your game show hosts, you guys leave this crazy life. Is there anything that you've got on the bucket list that you haven't done yet that you want to tackle?
I'm recently obsessed with Formula One, so I do intend to go to see some races in foreign countries, which my lovely bride is going to facilitate because she took a movie in England and in September. And the conversation literally went like this. She said, so I was pitched a movie. It happens in England. It's going to be with my favorite singer, Ben Platt. It's short. I've already figured out what Formula One races you could go to. If you're in England, you could base out of there. Like, she came with the big carrot. And I was like, hold on a second. So I might get to go to Turkey to the Formula One race. And she said, yeah, I think that could happen. And I was like, you should take this movie. Sounds like a great movie.
Because we do, when we take any work, we make decisions as a group. Like, nobody just something like neither of us would go to New Zealand for 6 months to shoot. It would just be crazy stressful on our family. So I knew I had to come up with a really good pitch if I wanted to do this movie, and thankfully he bit. And so we'll be traveling safely this fall.
I won't. I'm going to be juggling chainsaws the whole flight, Cal.
But anything we haven't done, I don't think so. I don't know. We don't strategize, to be honest. It's pretty loosey-goosey around here.
It is, and I got to say, it's a great, great freedom. I lamented about time moving faster, but the freedom of getting older is that I don't have aspirations anymore. There's no one I'm trying to be. We're just here. Sometimes someone calls and says, "You want to come over and do this thing?" And then we do it. Like it's transitioned, at least for me, where it's like the goal has kind of been erased, and I love it. So now it's just really about process every time. Like, would that be fun for us? Would we enjoy doing that? And that's a humongous luxury that is new to us.
I'm a huge animation fan, and I would say you both have some pretty cool animation projects coming up.
Some cooler than others, but yeah. I'm in the Paw Patrol movie, which I did with the sole goal of having something my kids would be excited to see me in. It's a very egotistical, driven decision. And as luck would have it, in about the 2 years it takes to make a movie, I've noticed we're not watching Paw Patrol as much as I would like. I had this whole fantasy where they were going to be counting down the days till Friday. I was going to take him to the movies. We're going to do popcorn, the whole nine. And I'm like, hey guys, no one wants to check out Paw Patrol this weekend? Wait, you guys are watching sitcoms? When did this happen?
How about you, Kristen?
Well, two of my friends had this idea to create a kids cartoon in the wake of a lot of arts programs being cut from public schools because the budgets just aren't there. And music was so pivotal to me. It brought me to acting. It brought me to so many different things in my life. So we created this show called Do Re Mi. It'll be on Amazon in September. And
Do Re and Me.
Do Re and Me. I play me. And it's about three little songbirds, and it is entertainment for children, but we have pushed in a lot of there's music theory ideas. They live in this place called Bebopsburg where like instruments grow on trees. We talk about different instruments, we talk about different types of music from around the world. And it's really a music education class, but masked as a kid's cartoon. So your kids are sort of absorbing all these things that data and science tells us helps their brain with math, with communication, with social activities. Like music actually does that for your brain. It's why they play Little Einstein for babies when they're in the womb. It really does great things for your brain. And so, yeah, these three little songbirds, and then we'll have like games to go along with it that will be educational, where the kids can make their own music and they can learn how to, have teammates in a band and stuff. So we're really hoping that fills the gap of music education for kids, because I think every kid deserves it.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I love the title Queen Pins. I mean, it's perfect. Tell me about this.
It's a baller title. Well, it's a true story about these suburban housewives who felt down on their luck, started a counterfeit coupon organization, and they laundered $40 million. And you can read about it in the news. And Aaron and Gita, these beautiful filmmakers, who's a husband and wife team, made it into a script. And I shot it with Kirby Howell-Baptiste, who's one of my favorite actresses ever. This is project number 5 with her, and I will continue to work with her. So it was really fun. It's got Paul Walker Hauser, Vince Vaughn, and it's just a really fun Queen Pins comedy about these girls trying to evade the law and make some money. And I had so much fun doing it.
And Dax, one of the great pleasures of technology are these podcasts. And your podcast, we, time in and time out, is really, it's like this whole other version of you, yet it is you. Are you surprised at how much people love this podcast? I mean, it really is something that it seems like maybe you did on a lark, but my gosh, it is terrific.
Thank you so much. It's a humongous surprise. The trajectory of my working career has been work really hard for a couple of years and then have the movie come out on Friday and then want to die on Saturday. So that's my work reward muscle memory is a little skewed and so yeah, to do something that I worked less hard on and that was really successful is very disorienting. I don't know. But I will say, I think any credit that I could take, I would just have to give to AA, because I think my original goal in the podcast was like, oh, I get to go to these meetings every week. It's all men. They're sharing openly. They're admitting their character defects, the ways they've erred and what they've learned from it. And I'm picking up all this stuff, and the level of vulnerability and honesty and support is so unique. Why doesn't everyone get to experience this? Why does one have to go be an alcoholic to have this peer experience? And so that was kind of the North Star of the podcast. Like, oh, what if we could do this in public? What if I could start first and go like, oh yeah, all these things happened to me, and this is how I did it, and I messed up this way, and get the ball rolling that way, instead of like, how'd you win that Oscar? Boy, you were great. Like, I think there's some other conversation to be had that is not unique to AA, but it was seemingly unique to the podcast space. So I think that's why.
Well, I think the honesty of it and the just almost, and I don't mean this in a negative, but the rawness of it is something that we're just not used to in pop, our pop social world right now.
I try when I'm feeling very lofty about myself, I think of it as a bit of an antidote to 140 characters, a curated life of pictures on Instagram, all these things that are snapshots. I'm much more interested in like the whole thing, and not the time that you got the angle where I actually look like my nose is average size. Like, that's not what we're after.
Well, it succeeds, my friend, and to both of you. And before we go, I circle back to Family Game Fight. What was it like? I mean, did you enjoy working together?
More than ever on this one. We just in general enjoy working together because, and we've said this before, so I sound a little inauthentic, but in life, every day there's 9 options for us to disagree. We don't have a common goal. We don't want to eat at the same place. We aren't in the mood to watch the same TV show. We don't have the same opinion on what we should do with the kids as parents. It's just a nonstop waterfall of compromise. When we work together, it's this rare bubble where we have the exact same goal. Like, we want the show to be great. And then even more than that, it's rare, I think, for partners in a marriage to be the benefactor of their partner's genius. So if I'm out on stage in this game show, it's on my shoulders and it's on hers. And she is like, she's John Stockton and I'm Malone, or vice versa. Or she's, I'm Pittman, she's George. Like, I look at her and I go, oh my gosh, she's going to do more than half the lifting, maybe even more than half the lifting. She's so good at this. Watch her go. Oh my God, I feel safe in like my teammate. It's just a rare thing, I think, to get to experience in a marriage.
No, it was beautiful. But yeah, he's also said before, you don't get to go to work with your partner and see them thrive. If your partner is an accountant, you don't get to go to work and see them do a spreadsheet or add numbers. Yes, smash a spreadsheet. But we get to go to work and see each other be a sort of in our element and be our best. And it's also the safety net as an actor to have someone you trust so much next to you. So having a common goal mitigates any sort of arguments that could happen or compromises, because we're just on track with a common goal. And that's something really beautiful. And we always come home feeling very grateful for each other.
Yeah, some people go away to like nice hotels for a week to rekindle, and we go shoot for 90 hours and we come out thinking like, yeah, I picked the right one.
And you get paid.
That's right.
Oh, guys.
It's Dogecoin, which we regret.
Oh, well, but it's a cute little dog. So.
It is. I think that's what got us.
Gets everybody. Guys, thanks so much. It's great to see you.
Thank you, Al. A lot of fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Here's a fun one, especially as we get into some warmer weather this weekend, the ice cream truck. There's a hot debate on Twitter over ice cream. Someone posted a photo of these summer staples with the question, what are you ordering at the ice cream truck? And of course, because it's Twitter, it set off a huge debate. There's been more than 45,000 people who have weighed in so far. So which of those would you order?
We order it every Thursday.
Oh,
I do a chocolate dip vanilla cone.
Ooh.
No, but of those.
Those are chocolate dip vanilla cone.
No, that's a king cone or a drumstick.
Oh.
You know, these are the ones that come in a package.
Right. I used to be obsessed with drumsticks, and then I have twins who are allergic to nuts. So that's why I've moved on. What about you guys?
King cone's my favorite.
The king cone?
King cone. If they don't have that, the drumstick, and then the Choco Taco.
When I was a little boy, I used to go with the push-up pop.
Oh,
Remember
yeah.
the push-up?
Yeah,
and you couldn't finish it before it started to smell.
You like the sweeter
Yeah, when I was a little boy.
It's nostalgic. Now what do you do?
Now that I'm a grown man.
Ice cream sandwich?
No, actually. I'll give you another guess. Let's bring the screen back up.
The cookie
Nope.
one.
What would Craig?
You people don't know.
All right, let me see again.
What do you think?
No. How'd you know?
Says
The
firecracker.
The firecracker.
How
Yes.
did you know that?
He does
You
know
would.
that.
That's like as boring as it gets. I don't think so.
Man can't even pick the right ice cream. There's no way.
I owe you for calling me out for my messy dressing room from yesterday.
Oh, that is true.
I'm going to call your ice cream
Clothes all over.
selection.
I only speak truth.
All right. What did you say yesterday? I'm a traffic of truth. What are you?
I said downstairs to you in jest that I traffic in truth.
That's right. He's like, I only traffic in truth.
And I didn't use that
Who
voice.
says that?
And I was talking.
It's your voice.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Dr. Maya Warren is a scientist.
I was like, I got to do something that literally makes my heart flutter, makes my eyes light up.
But maybe not the kind you think.
I study the microstructure, sensorial, and behavioral properties of frozen aerated desserts. Basically, to sum it all up, I know a crazy amount about ice cream and all of its close cousins.
So what do you do with all this knowledge you have of ice cream?
I make a lot of ice cream formulas. I troubleshoot. I try to figure out, how to make the products better. Ice cream for me is like a blank canvas.
Like most scientists, she collects data. She performs experiments.
I love Asian food, and so I was like, oh, peanut butter ice cream with like a sriracha swirl. Didn't really work. Some things just shouldn't go in ice cream.
What is your favorite wild flavor, and what's your favorite traditional flavor?
So my favorite wild flavor is a beet ice cream with a honey drizzle, goat cheese, some pistachios, and sea salt and cracked black pepper. My traditional love is I'm a cookies and cream lover.
Ice cream companies hire Maya for her palate and her penchant for elevating flavors. And today, I get to try it out.
Today we're making your absolute favorite. So we are making coffee ice cream the no-churn way. In the bowl, we have heavy whipping cream, cocoa powder, and your instant coffee. And all we're gonna do is whip that until we get really nice stiff peaks. It's like 2 to 3 minutes.
So I've got my coffee whipped cream, and are we gonna add it to our other bowl?
Yes. In this bowl, we have our sweetened condensed milk, and then we have some vanilla extract. We have some sea salt as well, and then we have evaporated milk. What we're going to do is we're going to take spatulafuls of our whipped coffee, and gently we're going to fold it into the sweetened condensed milk mixture. And now we're creating our coffee ice cream base.
You know what I'm excited about to try? Because when I was pregnant with Oliver, my littlest, I wanted coffee ice cream so bad, but I wasn't drinking any kind of caffeine. But you could make this with like a decaf instant coffee, right?
Of course, yes, you can. The sky's the limit.
I learned that even toppings have scientific names.
Any of like the nuts or the chocolate chips or sprinkles, those are called particulates. And then if you're going to have anything like a caramel sauce or fudge or strawberry or anything like that, that's going to be called a variegated. Keep layering until you have it all in your container for storage. And then you're going to put it in your freezer for about 5 hours, and then you can enjoy.
Finally, it was time to put the no-churn ice cream to the test.
Oh my goodness. It's ice cream. This is wild.
And guess what? You made it yourself. So that makes it even that much more special.
Well, I couldn't agree more. This has put a smile on my face. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. Thank you so much for having me. And may all ice cream lovers continue to unite.
Cheers to that.
Yes, cheers.
Ooh, okay, let me try. Jenny's is a community of people devoted to making the best ice creams the world has ever known.
What a beautiful, happy store. And you walk in and you can't help but smile.
I think of entrepreneurship as building your own world, and this is our world. It's this beautiful place of flavor and optimism and forward thinking and all of these wonderful values that we all share.
Founded in 2002, Jenny's Splendid Ice Creams has grown a solid fan base and topped over $50 million in sales last year alone. But for founder Jenny Britton Bauer, it's about much more than profits. So tell me how this all started.
I was studying art history and fine arts at Ohio State, and I was working at a pastry shop, and I was trying to figure out what I was going to do with my life, and then I found ice cream.
Jenny left school and poured herself into library books, learning how to make ice cream. So what do you love so much about ice cream?
First of all, it melts in this beautiful, perfect way, and as it melts, it blooms and releases flavor. It's almost magical, you know what I mean? Because it's solid and it's liquid, it's frozen, but it's not all the way frozen, and it is a moment in your day that you'll be present with.
In 1996, Jenny opened her first shop, Scream, at a local farmer's market in Columbus, Ohio.
I learned about seasonality from farmers and how to work together with people. I learned about cheeses and herbs and spices and chocolates and baked goods and wines and just anything you can imagine under that roof, and I made ice cream out of all of it.
But the eve-changing artisanal flavors weren't an easy sell, and Jenny had to close up shop.
I thought I was walking away from ice cream. It had been a difficult 4 years, and I had burned out in a big way.
This is my kind of kitchen, a test kitchen in ice cream. It took 2 more years and a bank loan for Jenny to relaunch her business, this time with her signature flavors and putting her name behind the brand. And that recipe worked. Today, Jenny has 45 scoop shops around the country. When was the moment, or did it not come yet, where you said to yourself, I made it, okay, I can exhale?
You know what? It's never happened. And I've never had that moment of like, oh, phew,
right.
Now it's okay.
You've talked so much about your path, and it seems like resilience is really what you're built on.
Yeah, I think a lot about this idea of blazing your own path. You're gonna fall, it's gonna be hard, and every time you make that sort of stumble or something doesn't work, you now have information that everybody else doesn't have, something that's unique in the world. You have to keep going.
Jenny has kept going with over 200 employees while still using farm-to-table ingredients.
So I think that if you focus on making people happy, and I mean like one person at a time, I think that everything else kind of falls into place.
One scoop at a time.
One scoop at a time.
Our In Search for Kindness takes us all across the country, and today we have landed at an ice cream shop in Dallas, Texas.
Yeah, for 5 years, Howdy Homemade has been employing individuals with special needs. So when the shop fell on hard times during the pandemic, the community rallied around it. Check it out. There are a few things about Howdy Homemade that make it extra sweet. The Dallas, Texas shop is known for its original flavors and friendly service. All of the men and women taking orders and scooping the ice cream are individuals with special needs and disabilities.
He's funny.
Tom Landis was inspired to open the shop in 2015 after meeting one extraordinary young man.
How many pints?
It was a real busy night, and I met Coleman, and he just immediately jumped in and helped serve food, and was super friendly. And I called his mom up the next day and said, hey, I want to hire this guy. He has so much potential written all over him, and leadership.
I was blessed that I was going to get this opportunity to not only be a employee for Tom, but to also be an asset to where Howdy's going to blossom.
He has matured so much. He is so responsible now to know what time he needs to get ready so that we're ready to get him to work on time.
If I'm behind the counter and someone comes in, they have a visual look of disappointment on their face. They want to see Coleman. They want to see my crew there doing what they do. Frankly, they do it better than me.
Like many restaurants across the country, Howdy Homemade closed temporarily at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic to ensure the safety of their employees.
Have a blessed day.
One of my greatest concerns was what Coleman was going to do with this time. He missed being at the shop. He missed the other employees. He missed the interaction with people.
You're welcome, ma'am.
But even after the shop opened again after 2 months, the slower customer traffic and fewer catering orders put it in danger of closing for good.
I think it got to the point where it took absolutely a very clear message of me realizing, you know what, I can't do it. I honestly think that's when God said, what'd you say? He said, oh, you can't do it? Yep, no, you can't. But you know what? I'm going to surround you with a village of people.
That village included Jaxie Alt, a friend who championed the shop from the beginning.
My name is Coleman Jones. And
she organized a GoFundMe campaign, which so far has raised more than $100,000 and kept Howdy Homemade running.
We want to thank y'all from the bottom of our hearts.
It's humbling. We have had multiple times where you just stop and you tear up because it's no longer our restaurant. It's truly the city of Dallas's restaurant.
The donations also allowed Tom to invest in an ice cream truck. Now Howdy Homemade is on the move, serving more areas and creating new jobs.
These kids are an important part of our community, and that they really are helping and are a vital part of really all of our existence.
What I hope is next for Howdy Homemade is to keep franchising and go into companies and say, this is who we are.
People are not supporting Howdy Homemade because of Tom Landis. They're supporting it because of Coleman and the others. And I think as more businesses start to realize that, the world will change.
And look who is with us, owner Tom Landis and the man who inspired it all, Coleman Jones. Hi guys, how are you?
Well, good, thank you.
Oh, well, we love your story, and we love the fact that this ice cream store is really the epitome of all that is good in this country. Tom, tell me a little bit how Coleman inspired you to start it.
You know what? We wanted to find people as friendly as Hoda, as wise as Yoda, and as bubbly as a can of Dr. Pepper soda. And that's Coleman. He's the embodiment of everything. And you know what, though? All kidding aside, there's 240,000 adults with special needs in North Texas alone. 3.1 million adults in all of Texas that want a job. They want a shot. They want a chance to show everyone that they've got a special talent. And that's what Howdy Homemade is. And that's what Coleman is.
Well, Coleman, we want to speak with you, Coleman, in just a second. We're going to take a quick commercial break.
Yes.
And we may even have a little surprise in store for you guys. So we'll take a break and we'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
Okay, back after this.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
and important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are back with the story of Tom Landis and Coleman Jones of Howdy Homemade Ice Cream Shop in Dallas, Texas.
Coleman, what is your favorite part about working there? Tell us about that.
My favorite part about working with Howdy is I get to work with really fun employees, and I also get to work with really cool customers.
You know what? It seems like a place that's spreading so much joy. Tom, when you guys hit on hard times during the pandemic and your community rallied around you, what did that feel like?
You know what? I think part of Howdy was this idea of taking faith on a joyride in search of hope. And the special needs community has a foundation and a well of hope that the, quote, neurotypical community doesn't have. And in fact, when we did COVID hit, I started to give up. But it was guys like Coleman, it was guys like Kaylin, it was guys like my employees that have been around for 5 years, and then their families and the special needs community that said, man, you don't get it. We get it. We're going to make this thing happen. And I think we've just learned so much, and it's just, from here on out, it's just a ride of thanks.
Well, we got some of your biggest cheerleaders. We got a virtual fan wall. We don't do this for everybody,
No,
but y'all are so special. There's your virtual fan wall of support, and one of them is a guest that's got a little surprise for you. Marcus Lemonis is a businessman. He's the host of The Profit on CNBC. He heard about your incredible story. He wanted to say hi. Marcus, what do you think?
I think it's amazing. Coleman, it is great to meet you. I know that you got dressed up really nicely this morning. You look super professional. How you feeling?
I'm good, thank you.
Marcus, I think you have a little news you want to share.
I do. You know, I've spent my whole career, my whole life really helping businesses get to the next level. And it's clear to me that you guys are prepared to get to that next level. So I would like to give you a $50,000 grant specifically used to hire more people to grow what you're trying to do in the Dallas community. I think all of us through this entire pandemic are blown away by the leadership that you're showing and quite frankly, the role models that the two of you are for the rest of us. So we want to provide this grant to you to help you get your business to the next level.
Oh. Coleman, we saw that smile. What do you think?
Unbelievable. It really is.
Tom, is this going to help?
You know what, Marcus, sir? We're a huge fan of yours, and I can't tell you how many times people said, Tom, you got to watch this guy. You got to watch this guy. You got to learn from him. And you know what? I can't thank you enough. I can't thank the city of Dallas. We had more than 1,300 people support us and help us.
Would you be open to me coming down there and spending a day with you guys? Now, you understand if I come there and you've watched the show, we're going to look at the people, we're going to look at the process, and we're definitely going to taste the product. And maybe you'll let me work for you for a couple of hours in the afternoon. Are you open to that?
Yes, sir.
All right, we got a deal. We got a deal. Coleman, Tom, we want to thank you guys for being here. We wish you the best of luck. All right, nothing like ice cream in the summertime.
Oh, that's so true. And chef and food personality Artie Sequeira has an easy recipe with an added ingredient.
Artie,
how are you?
Oh, how are you?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to be here. Janet, you said my name correctly. I said it.
By the way,
I did.
Artie, we were practicing.
Yes, and this new kitchen behind you looks gorgeous.
Killer. It's awesome. It's a beauty.
Are you so happy to have moved?
Thank you. I know. This is so. Yes, so happy. I mean, we moved from LA to Raleigh in February. And one of the reasons we moved is because, look, this is my kitchen. This is my kitchen. This is still my kitchen.
Oh my God.
I just have so much room that we never had in LA. And we have family here, and so my kids are growing up with their cousins. And so we designed this kitchen especially to do things like this, so that I could bring you into my home, even though I'm so far away from you.
We're happy to see you. So you grew up in Dubai, and your ice cream sandwiches have a special ingredient. What is that?
Yes. So there's a couple of special ingredients. In Dubai, the people there were nomads. They were Bedouins. And so when they welcomed you into their big black tents, they would give you a strong cup of coffee, really thick, that had been brewed with cardamom. So that's actually going into my dry ingredients for my cookies. And they would also give you a date, these gorgeous dates. And so these are actually California dates. So it's sort of a 2-in-1 for me. This is Dubai and California all wrapped up. And the whole thing that I'm trying to do is take unfamiliar flavors and foods and put them into familiar, so we all sort of feel connected. And so I took the most American thing I could think of, the thing that when you smell, you're like, I'm home, which is a chocolate chip cookie, and I'm putting that sort of Arab hospitality element into it. So I'm going to get going if that's okay.
Okay, get going, please, Artie. This looks delicious.
Okay, so I've got butter and 2 pans of sugar in my stand mixer here. I've got white sugar, and I'm using dark brown sugar because that's going to give it that good flavor and also make it chewy, right? So I've creamed that together. I'm going to add 2 eggs and vanilla. Okay. You just want to get that nice and mixed together. Then for the dry ingredients, I've got flour, baking soda and salt, and then of course that gorgeous cardamom. And the cardamom, if you don't have it, you can use cinnamon, it's not a big deal. But cardamom gives it this sort of piney, flowery sort of flavor that really brings out, I think, like the deepness and the darkness of the chocolate. And it definitely kind of makes you feel like, okay, we're not here anymore, we're somewhere else, right? It's one of those power spices. And I think it's even called the queen of spices. So in it goes. And I add the flour in 2 batches, so you don't have a mess all over the floor, which I forgot to do yesterday, so I made a big mess, the first big mess in my new kitchen. So you're going to stir that together until it comes together, and then you're going to have cookie dough, right? After that, I've got a cup of chocolate chips, and I've got half a cup of those chopped California dates that I love so much. So those go in. Nice and sticky. And what happens is the dates kind of melt into the cookies. And so you get these little pools of molasses almost in the middle of each cookie, which is so good. And then you're going to stir this together. You're going to need some elbow grease because you want to make sure that the chocolate chips and the dates are evenly distributed. I mean, you don't want anyone getting that one cookie that doesn't have anything in it. That is always so sad when that happens. So once that's done,
you bake them up.
You're going to use an ice cream scoop.
All right.
Any real lover of ice cream has to have one of these around, right? So I'm going to use that, and then I'm going to form these beautiful little balls of cookie dough.
We don't want to rush you, but for some reason we only have like 30 seconds. So after you bake them, do you just scoop some ice cream in between?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Let me just show you what happens at the end. Yeah. You bake them.
Yummy.
Yeah. And then all you do is you take your cookie
Oh, yeah.
You put your ice cream on it. Okay, that part is easy. But the real magic is that then you sprinkle pistachio around the edge, and that is how you finish
we
that.
love you. Thank you so much for that recipe. Please go to today.com.
Thank you, Artie.
Thank you, Artie.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Champagne popsicles, tequila-soaked watermelon, cherry beer slushies.
Cherry beer slushies. Have we gotten your attention yet?
Yeah, it is time to chill out. We're going to beat the heat with some frozen adult beverages from Thumbtack's lifestyle expert, Allison Letary.
Hi. Okay, let's have some fun.
Yes,
Girl, we already love this segment. You haven't done anything yet.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thumbtack bartenders have told me their favorite frozen cocktails for the summer, and I know you ladies love your rosé, right?
We do.
So
And you're
perfect.
saying this is easy.
This is it. So let's start with frozen rosé or frosé
Okay.
two ways.
Yes.
So first, we're actually going to make lemon simple syrup to give it a
lemon
really
simple
fun
syrup.
flavor.
Okay.
Hoda, you're
I'll
on
do
it.
that.
Sugar,
So do you have
lemon
to do
juice,
that?
lemon zest, and then you'll whisk it
And
until
then
the
what?
sugar completely dissolves.
And then what?
Strain it and set it aside. And now let's get on to the good stuff, the rosé. Okay, so Jenna, you'll pour the
You're
whole
still
bottle
wasteful.
in.
No, we're freezing it.
This
We're
gets
not
better.
wasting a drop.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, and I want you to get a really dark rosé, like a Pinot Noir or a
Looks
Malbec.
good. Yeah.
So can you pour
Splash
the whole
around
bottle?
The whole bottle, and then we'll place it in the freezer.
That's it?
3 hours later, take it out, and then you'll scrape these beautiful pink crystals. You add the simple syrup to give it the flavor.
Yes.
And
So
do you
it's-
really have to add the simple syrup? or-
It's totally to taste, so whatever
Okay.
sweetness you like, and these are gorgeous, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you enjoy those because I want to show you a twist.
It's good with the
Yum.
Yeah, with the lemon.
Rosé popsicles. So for this, you take that same rosé and lemon simple syrup, you pour it into popsicle molds. Here we have strawberries in the bottom.
How
or if you
cute is
want
that?
something even easier, champagne. You
Yes.
just pour champagne straight into popsicle
Yes.
molds. Here we have peaches, strawberries, whatever fruit you have around. Ooh, and you can eat them. Drink and eat. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, so what is your favorite summer cocktail?
Tequila straight.
Margarita. Okay, I'm with Jenna. I love a margarita too. So for this, we're going to make watermelon margarita on a stick.
Okay.
So first we make our margarita mix. We've already got tequila in here, so we'll
Okay.
add lime juice and triple sec.
Okay.
And then you just place these watermelon slices
So you soak it in?
Soak it. 20 minutes. Soak
And
it.
then- okay,
and
here
then
they
you
are.
take them out,
Quit it.
and then we cut 20 minutes, and then we've put a popsicle stick in here. You're already eating them. I love it. So what you'll do is forget the salt on the rim. We're going sugar. So you dip them in sugar. You place them on the tray.
It's down there. Don't you worry.
Freeze it. It's in
Yes,
there.
it's there.
2 hours later, they're ready to serve. It's literally that easy.
You freeze it? Is that what you said?
Freeze it for 2 hours.
Okay.
And then ready to serve.
So
okay.
then they're probably a little, yeah, that looks great.
Frozen. So this next one might surprise you, actually.
Oh,
Thumbtack
frozen.
bartenders
Oh, yeah.
are telling me beer is the hottest ingredient in frozen cocktails this summer. So let's make a cherry beer slushie. So for this one, you've got 2 bottles of a delicious beer. How do I
Freeze
pour it
it.
with you? Pour it in. You add cherry liqueur, your grenadine.
Okay.
Perfect.
Cool.
And then freeze this for 2 hours. But the
All right.
key
So,
is
you
have to go back and mix it every 30 minutes.
All right,
so
we're
it's
going
nice
to do
and
that.
slushy.
All the details of this
Perfect.
and our final cocktail on our website. Great job.
Cheers.
Today.com/food.
one response I always get about Tristan is how much they love him. They really do. I've never had anyone come up to me and say, which you would think I would receive all the time. No one has ever come up to me and said, Tristan was a jerk. Why did you call her Mary? Never happened.
I could even help you study if you want.
I kind of view studying as a solitary activity. But thanks.
Bye, Mary.
It's Rory.
Hi, I'm Chad Michael Murray, and I'm flashing back to Gilmore Girls.
Would you have a boyfriend?
None of your business.
Is that a no?
Is there no one else at the school you can bother?
I think you'd like me. You just don't know how to say it.
Oh, boy.
I believe that was my first recurring role on television. And so, for me, I was really just getting accustomed to the world. And so I was just kind of holding on for dear life. And, Amy Sherman Palladino and everyone come in. Her writing was just so on point. It still is, obviously, today. And she's so good at getting the best out of you and getting the most out of you in every moment. So we were all on this adventure together as a group. And, even though I was reoccurring, it was just such a big thing for me. I was so excited every day to drive onto that Warner Brothers lot and to go see Stars Hollow and to be in it. And Scott Patterson would take us under his wing. I always envisioned Tristan, his archetype, as the kind of guy that you shouldn't be around, but you kind of want to be. My favorite things about Tristan were just typically my scenes with Dean, coming up with just ridiculous names that we would call each other.
You're kidding, right? Why, are you going somewhere? Get out of my way, Tristan. Why aren't you clever?
Hey, what's going on?
These fight sequences where you're such a jerk, and Jared's like the sweetest guy in the whole wide world, and we get along so well. And it was always fun for me to be on set and for us to have these scenes where we absolutely despise each other, but yet behind closed doors, off set, like we're just palling around and two big goofy kids, I love working with Alexis. She just was so committed to Rory. It was casting at its finest, right? She was on it. She's the one who I did the majority of my scenes with, right? So we would talk things out. Always want to make sure that everybody's comfortable in every scene. And newbie coming in, I'd be the guy asking questions because, maybe I'd be gone for 2 or 3 episodes, and I'd come back and be like, what I miss? So I'd have to get caught up on life at Stars Hollow. So it was always a thing. It's a very fond memory of mine. Always will. Mm-hmm.
What are you doing?
Talking about the test.
Why?
Because you said you didn't want to talk about Summer.
I do remember, the breakup scene where Summer broke up with me and I was, at the piano. I loved that scene. There was something really special about that scene. I just remember it being one of the best scenes that described their relationship. It would have been interesting to see where I think it all would have evolved to had Tristan not gone to military school in North Carolina. Wink, wink, Dawson's Creek. And I think that you can see the writing on the wall in that scene right there, that there's so many places that you could have or could go, right?
Stars shooting across the sky to come to such a place.
But in the end, it was always Dean and Rory. Come on. I think people love Gilmore Girls so much because it's relatable. There's so many characters that we can all identify with, right? And at the center of the entire show is heart. There's heart. And at the end of the day, I think we're all looking for love. Whether you're Luke or Lorelai or Rory or Jess or Dean or Paris or Tristan, we're all just kind of going through this big life and trying to find our way. And that's what storytelling is, right? And in the show, we can all sit back and identify with someone and connect with somebody going on one of these journeys and one of these adventures in one of their seasons where you go, gosh, they're a lot like me. I understand their situation. How are they going to deal with their struggles? And to see them overcome those struggles or choose a new path, that's always fascinating. And I think that that's what really sits with us.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I would describe April Nardini as quirky. Partly because it literally described her that way in the breakdown for the role. It was like 13-year-old girl, quirky, she will have a storyline with Luke. And I was like, oh, they're giving him a daughter. This is going to be horrible. She's going to break up Luke and Lorelai. I must be her. Dun, dun, dun. I was a huge fan of Gilmore Girls. Me and my sister Laura and my cousin Tina watched that show obsessively. But because I was such a fan, I was obsessed. I was like, okay, I know I have to talk a mile a minute, which isn't that difficult for me, but I really went all for it to the point where I went to CVS with my dad and bought the Sally Jesse Raphael glasses that she wears on the show. Like literally, we went into CVS, tried to pick out quirky looking glasses. They didn't have one that didn't have prescriptions in it because why would they sell non-prescription glasses? So for the audition process and for my first day on set, I was wearing glasses that had prescription in it, which was really difficult. And the prop department saw me just taking them off and they were like, you don't really wear glasses, do you? I was like, no. And they were like, do you want us to put clear glass in there? I was like, absolutely, because I'm getting a headache. You know, even though April's a controversial character, I love her. I think she's so fun and so weird, and the fact that she entertained herself by filling up salt shakers.
Your salt and pepper shakers look a little low.
Yes, they are. People salt stuff too much.
Can I refill them?
You want to refill the salt shakers?
And the pepper. And possibly the sugar. We'll see how the salt and pepper goes.
Oh, well, okay.
I thought was just so great. I'm an April fan. Yes, she broke them up, but they got back together, so we should all get over it. Probably the first episode was definitely a favorite of mine because those were the audition scenes and I felt super, super comfortable with all that.
Iced tea, 2 lemons.
But I didn't. You're Luke Danes.
Yes, kid, I'm Luke Danes. What the hell are you wearing?
A bike helmet.
For what kind of bike?
A Schwinn.
Okay.
That helmet was nuts. I think if you watch that scene, you see me pull up on the bike very far in the background and the bike just kind of falls down. I fall with it.
Cobb salad, no avocado, no bacon, no blue cheese, Italian dressing on the side.
Something to drink?
Iced tea, 2 lemons.
Got it. Caesar, Cobb salad, no Cobb.
And that was actually the first day. That was my first scene. So that was just cool. And I just remember Amy directing that episode and me just really trying not to freak out. I'm cool. I'm normal. Don't let them know. Don't let them know what they hired.
How about I just come and hang out at the diner?
What diner? My diner?
Yeah.
Won't it be boring?
No way. Diners fascinate me. The hustle, the bustle, the Monte Cristos.
Oh, Scott was so much fun to work with because he is Luke. He is, and he's like curmudgeon-y and like, and just he was great. I loved every second of it. He was a great scene partner to work with. I think we had a really good rapport. Yes, people attacked me online all the time. I'm not over exaggerating when I say people hated me. Like, it was bad. In fact, in a weird way, it was a good thing because it definitely shaped the way I treat social media now. Like, I'm actually thankful for the experience on Gilmore Girls because that happened already. That happened during the awkward years when I was growing into my face. Like, so, you know, they could attack the fact that I broke up a relationship, how I looked, my voice, everything that you as a 13-year-old girl would make you want to never leave the house again, happened on a public scale. And by the time I was 18 and on a different show and social media was blowing up, I felt like I was like counseling adults, being like, it's okay, don't worry, it's not about you. Which is crazy. But yeah, one of my proudest things is I've made several television most hated characters of all time lists, so. I still hear about April all the time. And you know what's been great is actually I have met some people who were like, I always liked her. And I'm like, thank you. Where were you? You know, 10 years ago. But no, it has been actually really cool. I mean, Gilmore Girls is such a special show. It resonated with so many people. It meant so much to so many people. It meant so much to me as an actor and as a fan. But it's crazy. It was probably the first thing I did that really people still recognize me from it to this day. And that's really cool to have been a part of a show that really shaped a generation. Like, I think back on it too, and I was like, wow, it was so cool to be a part of a show where a girl's education was just as big of a storyline as like which boy she was going to end up with. And a single mother who started her own business, and that was a huge storyline for her too. Like, I think we resonated with the Gilmore Girls. We all wanted to be the Gilmore Girls. We all wanted to be that witty and that driven, and it was about who they were and what they were able to do with their lives. And that definitely shaped me as a girl. It was just such a fun show because it was about these amazing relationships, and it was told in this amazing comedic, fast-paced way that was so entertaining but also so heartwarming.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You break, you buy. You break it, you buy it. 10% off for cousins, 20% off for nephews and nieces.
Mrs. Kim is a wonderful character that Amy created. She had hard times immigrating from Korea to Stars Hollow. And as the watchers of Gilmore Girls knows, that her husband is gone a lot. So she pretty much had to raise Lane by herself and run a business. So she's a very warm, loving character that goes out of her way to be strict with Lane for Lane's own benefit, so that her life will be better in this new country than Mrs. Kim had it. So it all comes from love. In my mind, Mr. Kim was a rock star. He was like John Cho, you know? So when, on the reboot, when they had my husband, I was like, no! Although he's a very sweet man, but in my mind, through those 7 years, Mr. Kim was this excellent musician, rock and roller, and the most good-looking guy on the planet, in my mind. When I went in to audition for the Gilmore Girls, I went in with a Korean accent. I said, no daddy, no sugar, no wheat. And Amy Palladino goes, what are you doing? I said, I'm doing a Korean accent. She goes, no, don't do that. I said, wow, how refreshing. Because it's, I think, based on a real character. So she did say, though, that Mrs. Kim was very military, very strict. So that's where the cadence of Mrs. Kim came from, in that audition room with Amy and Dan and everybody.
Mom! Lane? Mom? Lane? Mom, where are you? Lane, where are you? Back here. Over here.
We shot the pilot for the Gilmore Girls in Toronto, Canada, which was a big treat. And when I first went into Kim's Antiques, I was taken aback because there were chairs everywhere. You couldn't hardly move. I said, how are they going to shoot in here? And that's where I think in the pilot we did Marco Polo, because we had to, because there was no line of sight. And that's where Mrs. Kim first said, boys don't like funny girls.
So, how was school? None of the girls get pregnant, drop out?
Nothing we know of. Though come to think of it, Joanna Posner was glowing a little.
What?
Nothing, Mama. She's just kidding.
Boys don't like funny girls.
Noted.
And that is Mrs. Kim in a nutshell. Not funny, but kind of funny. I am so grateful to have done Mrs. Kim in the Gilmore Girls, because I can count on one hand the number of Asian American characters that have a well-rounded home life in one hand at that point. And this was 7 years of watching Lane from high school to her first date to marriage and children. As far as favorite moments, when Lane got married, oh my God, I was weeping.
Okay.
I'm going to wear earplugs tonight. The good ones that expand in your ear, so I won't be able to hear anything that might be going on out in the street at all hours of the night.
And so it was really hard for me to walk down that aisle without Mr. Kim, as usual, and not just be this weeping mess. So I just had to suck it up and be Mrs. Kim. But, you know, after so many years of being her mom and living through so many important moments of her life, I couldn't help but be deeply moved at that moment, even with that speech about what she had to do on her wedding night.
Going to have to do it with this boy, Lane. You're just going to have to do it. Hopefully, if you're lucky like me, you'll only have to do it once.
One of my favorite moments in the Gilmore Girls was when, I'm going to cry, but I'm going to try not to cry, was when I found that Lane had been lying to me, and she hid all this stuff under a floorboard.
Is this all?
And I kicked her out of the house. And that was the hardest thing to do because I loved her so much, but I knew that if I let this go, it would be bad for her character. Children do not make the rules. he may move out and live like that somewhere else. So that was one of the hardest scenes to do and one of the most fulfilling because I did it, I hurt myself because I loved her so much. I was so lucky to have Keiko Agena play Lane Kim because she is just a fantastic actress. And we didn't really have to work because she was so present and all I had to do was bounce off of her and the connection was just natural. What I love about the Gilmore Girls is that here we are, 20 years later. I was walking down the streets of Manhattan and somebody stopped me and her husband broke down crying and we hugged and we took selfies because Gilmore Girls and Mrs. Kim had that much of an effect on her. And it makes me proud to be part of that Gilmore Girls love and affection that continues today. Gilmore Girls was a show that was based on love. There was conflict, there was disagreements, but it was all based on love and mutual respect. And I think that our audiences appreciate that and cling to it. Because especially now, when you watch a show like Gilmore Girls, it makes you feel warm inside and happy. And you look around at your family and your friends and you appreciate them just a little bit more because the show reminds you of what's important in life. Right now, Mrs. Kim is taking care of her twin grandboys. And she is just as strict on them, but they have started a band. And Mrs. Kim is the lead singer. Watch out for the music video.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
I would describe Finn as a lovable rogue. He's a little naughty, very privileged, and quite the drinker. So yeah, I didn't think that the audience would take well to him, but apparently he was quite popular, which is good, I think. Amy created the role because she said she wanted to add a little bit of edge to the show, and I guess she thought I was a little edgy, and that's how Finn came about. Being cast on Gilmore Girls was pretty special, actually. I was really lucky. I had just gotten to America, and Amy wanted Matt Zuckery for a role, but Warner Brothers said that they had to audition some other people. So they brought me in as fodder, really. And obviously I didn't get the role of Logan, but Amy thought we'd like to have him on as a sidekick, and that's how the Life and Death Brigade started. I think the Life and Death Brigade certainly brought something different to the show, and there was a certain camaraderie between us all. For me, that was kind of fortuitous because everything I'd done up until that point was in the theatre. So the three of us or the four of us would get together and we would have poker nights, or, you know, we would go on little bro nights, or, you know, we did things a lot. We never spent time in our trailers alone. We were always together. We would run lines together. We would do anything we could together, basically. And I think that shows on screen. You can tell that we genuinely like each other and we had a great time. And I think that was really my MO, was just have fun. And we had a lot of fun. The thing I really remember about shooting my first scene at Yale was the director was Kenny Ortega. And Kenny Ortega is famous for directing a lot of Michael Jackson's videos and has done a lot of big productions, a lot of big musicals. And the consistent note he gave me during that episode was bigger, Tank, bigger, bigger, bigger.
Hold on, hold on. Yes, here, this is where she lives.
And so I was having a load of fun putting on this, you know, big over-the-top performance, which didn't end well. Because next week I got a note from Warner Brothers saying, Tank, we need you to just turn it down a bit. So, yeah. And nail polish. I think I had nail polish on in that episode. I had nail polish for a couple of episodes, yeah. Yeah, we tried to push the boundaries a little. Favourite moments as Finn were, number one, the scene with Ed Herman.
What are you doing with that? That's my tennis racket. I told you she didn't point to the closet on the right.
Well, then I have no idea what closet she was pointing to.
I suppose these humidors aren't hers either. Pity. Any chance you're sick of them? I promise to give them a nice home and show them a picture of you every year at Christmas.
It was just one of those moments where the connection we had with the three, that was the only scene I shot with him, which was a lot of fun. The second scene would be You Jump, I Jump, Jack. That was an exterior, it was a very lavish shoot. We were running out of light, and I think the cinematographer ended up walking off set because we didn't have enough light. He didn't want to shoot it, and Amy said, I'll shoot it. And so that whole scene with the skirmish gun is one take.
All right, I'm bored. I want to be a target.
You're always a target, Finn.
In omnia paratus.
That's why it's a steady cam, and it was just like, it was a great way to bring everyone together. The third scene, I would say, was the revival. Doing the tango in the revival. We spent a good month rehearsing that, so that was a lot of fun. In regards to some of Finn's lines, yes, they are often quoted back to me, which came at a complete surprise because I had no idea these lines would mean anything. I actually questioned Amy on some of the lines. I didn't think internally that they were particularly funny or resonant or important in any way, shape or form. But apparently they were. What's that? God is speaking to me rather rudely.
Good morning, New Haven. My, you look fresh and appealing tonight. Shut up. God has spoken to me, rather rudely.
My God, those are good jeans.
I'm Colin. This is Finn, and you are...
Her mother.
My God, those are good jeans.
Yeah, that was a good one. We impro'd the little thing. That was like the little stuff that we could do. Yeah, I remember reading that thinking, I don't really, but yeah, that's a good line. Why do I think Gilmore Girls is loved 20 years later? That is a great question. I can tell you why it was loved originally. I think it was because it was the first show that really championed smart, intellectual, articulate women. I don't think at that point in time there was anything like that. It was also the first show that tackled with single mums and the challenges of raising a child and the dynamic between those two. I don't think there was anything like that at the time, which is why a lot of people resonated with the show. It appealed to a younger and an older audience, as in the mums and the daughters. What's interesting 20 years later is now a lot of the people that were watching the show for Rory are now watching it for Lorelai because they're now the mothers, and so that's kind of flipped. I still get messages on social media every day about how connected people feel to Gilmore Girls. It really is a special show. I think that's wonderful to be a part of. I feel very grateful, and I'm glad that Amy brought this to the world.
Sorry, kids, it's time to trade in those swimsuits for back-to-school clothes.
I can't believe it's that time already, but no worries. Our fashionista and style expert, Liliana Vasquez, has all the cool new trends, and we are talking back to school.
Yeah, well, you nailed it, because back to school is back to school, but what we've done is made back to school extra cool this season, because we're really letting kids show off their personality. Even at a young age, they already know what they want, so have fun with back to school shopping, and let this reflect how vibrant and fun they are with their style choices.
All right, so we're starting with elementary school.
We are. Okay, so we are starting with Soraya. How adorable is she? Now, the thing for elementary school kids is you want to add an element of whimsy to all the fashion. So we love this adorable little dress. What's so cool about this is that it's actually 2 pieces. So you can make it a little jumper like we styled it here.
Cute.
Or you can take the top off and just make it a skirt. This is from Children's Saloon. They have unique, one-of-a-kind styles. We added printed leggings because we want to send her to school with leggings, not just with a dress. Adorable sneakers, and then Justice actually has these little lunch boxes that you can customize with their name. So we gave her a little S for Soraya.
Soraya, look at the glitter in there.
Adorable.
You like it? And what's in your hair?
Oh, she's got a little surprise for us. We're going to show you that in just a little bit. Okay, and then we've got my man Blake here, who's also showing us how to do whimsy for the boys.
We
so
know
a
Blake.
really bright electric blue jacket from Rockets of Awesome. We know their kids' clothes are already awesome. You can, of course, sign up for the subscription, but now you can shop a la carte on their website or even at their pop-up here in New York. So bright blue. We added a little electricity to this look with the lightning bolt shirt, mixed it with prints, and then added a bold pop of color on those shoes from Janie and Jack, and then add color with the backpacks, you guys.
So
and look at this. Masonette has beautiful backpacks for kids in all different colors. He looks like he is ready for back to school.
I think you look Rockets of Awesome. Do you like it?
You look
Can we high five?
adorable.
The bell's ringing. Wait, we gotta go.
That gave me a stomach ache.
We gotta go to middle school now.
Oh no!
Look at you, the
Nobody
smile.
wants to be late for class. Okay,
Right.
but when you go to class, you want to look as cool as my middle schoolers here. So Amaya is rocking the iridescent metallic trend for girls in middle school. So she's got a Rockets of Awesome metallic hoodie, this cool iridescent track jacket from Zara, which we love. But check out those cool high top sneakers. You don't just have to do iridescent on clothes, you can do it with shoes as well. These are available at Justice right now. They are awesome. And then the finishing touch for her look, of course, is a great backpack from OMG Accessories. It's an amazing line that just designs bags for tweens, you guys. But I know that you noticed
Wait a second,
something.
before you get to that, this other bag, the fanny pack.
Jill, you love a fanny pack.
You know I love a fanny. Joanne, REP, is sporting her fanny pack.
So little kids can actually sport the fanny pack now as well. And then we got to
cute.
talk about her hair.
No,
so
I love these little jewels.
So this is
Yeah,
amazing.
so
this is a
cute.
company
Look,
called...
I'm just like touching
I know, you're like
a
petting her.
person.
So this is from Blinger, and this is so easy to use. So all you do is line up the hair with the jewels, and you click it like this.
That didn't hurt,
And
right?
no, it didn't. And then you just kind of click it. It's like a sticker in her hair. And you can see I've put them all over. And this is available at a company called wickedtoys.com.
So
Just a
cute.
fun way to add extra metallic to her look.
It's so
How do
great.
I do
I know.
it?
You can keep it.
Give me one. Liliana, we have to do this on her hair.
This is so cute. I can't stand it.
Wait,
I'm
hold
so-
on. You're putting it in the wrong...
Oh my God,
We'll do it
Liliana,
during
get
the break.
it.
We're going to
We'll
do it
during
during
the
the
break.
break.
Okay.
Bye. Thank you.
All right, so now we have my man Jonathan here. Now, camo is huge for boys at this age. These joggers are under $20. They're available from Target.com. And he's also doing a denim jacket, but he's doing it in a lighter color. This is just as versatile as a blue denim jacket because you want to make sure that these back-to-school fashions carry over throughout the year. This isn't just about one outfit. It's about having a lot of value in your children's closet.
Yeah.
So this one is adorable on him. Cute little shoes, and then we added a little bulldog print Oxford to, again, make the Oxford shirt fun and youthful and playful for
Are
them.
you ready for school?
Yes.
No.
No.
No. Right?
But you look cute. Do you
we
like
have to
it?
go to high school.
Okay, wait, we're late. We're late.
And we're late.
I
And,
really
and I
don't
have
like
to
this.
say,
Yeah.
Leah's daughter, Sophia, is 15 and going into 10th grade. So you
Yeah.
can identify with
Perfect.
this whole situation, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
Although she wears a uniform, which I'm so grateful for.
Right. That makes it easy.
That does
Yeah.
make it easier. So
Yeah.
Caitlin, you're also 15, right?
Yes.
Okay, so 15 years old. So the thing in high school right now, it's all about tie-dye and neon. So Caitlin is showing us this tie-dye sweatshirt from Boohoo. Kids want tie-dye light buttoned up. They want it in a crop silhouette because that's just cooler for the kids. Culottes, a huge denim trend for everyone going back to school. And then I love the chunky white sneaker. These are both from H&M. And then you guys, mini backpacks for the high schoolers are what they want. It's just a more stylish way to do a backpack.
No, my daughter wears oversized sweatshirts,
champion sweatshirts,
and leggings. That's anywhere,
which like those
by the way.
champion sweatshirts
Sorry.
are
But
back
those
for
are huge.
all of us. Hi.
And then Sage is showing us how the boys want to do neon. It's a subtle way to do it, just a little neon t-shirt instead of that classic white t-shirt.
Oh.
We kept everything else really neutral because that's what you want to do with neons. This t-shirt from Zara, and then a printed pant instead of a jean. That's another way to add a pant into your guys' wardrobes.
cute.
And then I love these sneakers. These are from Sperry. They're the Captain CVO sneaker. They've been around since 1935 for a reason. They're classic, and I like seeing boys in a sneaker that's not so athletic.
Yeah.
This feels more like a stylish sneaker. If he's going to church or a family event, he can wear these more dressed up.
Did you sport this first day of school? Yeah, you look great. All right, I'm going to let you bedazzle
Let me
Leah.
fling her hair.
And
I
to get
want
these
some.
looks, head to today.com/shop. Thanks, Liliana.
Thank you, guys.
We'll be back right after this. Say bye.
There it is.
Bye, everybody. So cute.
Back to school cool.
I love it. Oh, that one doesn't look
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It was a celebrity welcome for some really special kids who were in store for a day of pampering.
You like it? You look? Yeah.
Yeah, I never got my hair washed. Can you show me your biggest smile?
As the 25 models got ready for the runway, it truly was a bonding moment connecting with others just like them.
Do you feel good about tonight now? You're ready? I'm so proud of you. You are gorgeous.
Thank you.
In every single way.
Oh, that's cool.
Occupational therapist Jill Smith is the force behind Show Your Shine, an adaptive runway fashion show showcasing kids and adults with limb loss or limb differences.
Today is about people being amongst others like themselves, feeling free to be who they are, and to show everyone that different is normal and different is okay and different is beautiful. You are a rock star, and today is all about you guys.
Proceeds from the event are going directly to the nonprofit The Limkind Foundation, started by Jill's brother Robert Schulman, who has been a prosthetist for 25 years.
We provide prostheses to children in need all over the world in areas that have had extreme poverty and different types of natural disasters.
Over the past 2 years, Limkind volunteers have traveled to Haiti and the Philippines. And this year, they are expanding efforts to Ethiopia and Kenya. Nicole Gren, the MC for the fashion show, is a Limkind volunteer.
A little over 4 years ago, I lost both of my legs above the knee due to a rare heart condition that I did not know I had. Basically, to save my life, they had to amputate, and it really did save my life.
But she found her purpose by giving back to others like her.
I feel very lucky and very blessed that I got to experience the lives of people in a different country, and they're the same as me, and yet they're still living and they're happy. So I needed to be too, you know? So I feel like this was my destiny, Limkind.
So then it was lights, camera, action. Models like 10-year-old Michaela Metz, as well as 9-year-olds Bella Smith and Logan Passe, headed down the catwalk.
When I walk down the runway, I want people to see that you have to be yourself. When I walk down the runway, I want people to see that being an amputee doesn't really matter. When I walk down that runway, I want people to see that anything is possible, including the impossible.
But it is their differences that make every single participant part of such a beautiful community.
It's just for one day that they feel like they are on top of the world and the most important person, and that they are made to feel beautiful as they are, then that's amazing.
Welcome back to the third hour of today. And interesting article, Parents Magazine. It says you should let your teens choose what they wear. Helps them explore their identity. But let's widen it out, because you guys don't have teens yet. Do you let, for example, Dell's old enough to get dressed by himself. Chanel, your kid's old enough to get dressed by themselves. Do you let them get dressed by themselves? Wear what they want?
Yes.
I say yes all the way up to 13.
But now it has to be seasonally appropriate. That's the only time where one of us will intervene. If it's too cold to wear something, then we'll say, no, you got to go with
Sydney is a rock star. Like, I feel like she could rock some cowboy boots and a tutu and a...
Well, the problem is that oftentimes she likes to try. Like, she'll put on some stuff in the morning, and then she'll be like, oh, Daddy, how do I look? And, I want to be honest and, say, oh, sweetie, that doesn't match at all.
Do you let her wear it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But for a different reason. For me, it's not worth the hassle. It's not worth the fight or the fit. Just let her. How about you guys? Calvin, can he dress himself yet?
No. But I give him options. He's very opinionated. There are certain things he will not wear. But if I hold up two shirts, he'll pick one. Or if I pull out jeans, he's like, no, I want soft pants. Is what he calls his.
Oh, that's funny that you say that. My kids, I cannot get them in jeans anymore. I remember Erica Hill told me once, she was like, you wait. She's like, when they get to like 7, they're not going to want to wear jeans. And I was like, ha, 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 ha. And I called her. I was like, you're right. I guess it's because they like to run around. We all like sweats, right? So if you have a choice.
Yeah.
I'm in them right now.
Especially in the warm weather, And here's what I find. The kids don't really care. And again, there's a little gender thing. I think our spouses, our husbands, if we dress our children, you guys tend to find fault with it. And then complain when we don't help out, making sure.
Yes.
So, as I have said to Deborah, okay, so Leela went out when she was 5 or 6, and she had stripes and polka dots. Do you think that she was going to be ostracized in her first grade class? No. So why are you fighting
it? The thing is, there is a shirt that matches the striped pants, or there is a shirt that matches the polka dot shirt. So why are you splitting up a matched pair?
Because they liked it. I said, go for it. Fine. Why are you letting that girl out of the house looking like that? She looks fine. Go and prosper.
And she's 6, and she won't remember. And Dylan, who's to say that stripes and polka dots don't match?
Yeah.
Sure. There you go.
All right.
And other kids do it too. When you get to school and you realize they're all doing it.
Here's where I draw the line.
Anymore? What?
It's the pants down around the butt.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nick came downstairs about 3 or 4 months ago with that, and I went, "I will kill you." You go.
Those kids call that.
You get a belt. You
they
get
call
a
that
belt.
busting a sag.
Yeah, well, I was about
say?
to bust something else. Yeah, it's,
So anything you want, you just can't sag your pants.
Can't sag your pants. But you don't let your boys sag their pants, do you?
No, first of all, they're little string beans. So if they're sagging their pants, it's not their fault. They just need to eat
Because they're falling off.
well, when Calvin's wearing saggy pants, that's another story.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Love it!
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Entrepreneurs Thinking Boldly is sponsored by new Bold and Smooth 1850 brand coffee. Begin boldly.
If you want to find success in business, you have to think boldly, of course. And Dylan has a story of a brother-sister duo doing just that.
This is cool. Andy Dunn and Monica Royer hatched their plan to make simple yet chic children's clothing in 2014. Today, it's evolved into a successful business, opening the eyes of shoppers and bringing communities together.
There's a new kid on the block, born from the idea that all babies deserve better.
As I had my daughter, literally the day she was born, I was shopping for her online, and I was really surprised at what I didn't find.
What was missing, says founder Monica Royer, was exceptional customer service paired with quality products. So in 2014, she and her younger brother Andy Dunn, who found success with his men's apparel company Bonobos, launched an online collection of super soft, functional, organic children's clothing. They named it Monica and Andy.
At the core, Monica and Andy stands for the aspirations that siblings would be best friends.
It's about a friendship and a relationship.
Seashells, sharks, snacks, a handful of playful limited edition prints that change every season. Backed by a celebrity following and marketed with images that show real kids from different backgrounds.
Fashion for a long time has really painted an ideal of what people are supposed to look like. And the reality is you're supposed to look like you.
Andy and I were brought up by parents from two completely different cultures. Our mom is an immigrant from India. Our dad's family has been here for a few generations. We were very different as kids from the other kids. I mean, we didn't quite fit into one space or another. And so I think that inclusiveness is something that Andy and I hold of very high importance.
So to create a sense of inclusiveness, the siblings opened the first of 5 brick-and-mortar shops in Chicago, where daily events range from music classes to one-on-one consultations. 72% of millennials say they'd rather spend their money doing something, but give them an activity while they're shopping, and sales figures show it's a winning combination. A concept that's part of a growing trend called experiential shopping, adopted by other companies like Starbucks and Lululemon.
This idea to build experiences has been probably the strongest component to physical retail for us. People still want a place to go and things to do.
Community building that also includes an interactive blog and weekly podcasts that Royer hosts with industry leaders.
There's something special happening here where this is not just a company that's selling clothes, it's selling an idea around what it means to be a mom in a modern age. And I think when brands stand for an idea that's bigger than just the sum of the parts, when you have some real magic, and I think we're in the early innings.
That's so cool.
That's really cool. It is cool. And they say they're doing so much more than just posting on social media pictures of their products. You know, they really want to open a dialogue and have a conversation with parents about what they want, what they need, and really talk with them as opposed to just talking at them.
I love the fact that it's brother and sister because, you know, it's like that aspiration that siblings would love each other and be best friends for life. Yes. I'm going to tell that to mine, too.
Everyone here is going to relate to this and the clothing choices they picked. Christina Carbonell and Galen Bernard think of themselves as the Crayola of clothing. And for clothing company Primary, kids are the primary focus.
This sells so well for boys and girls. We are normalizing the fact that it's okay for boys to wear pink and purple, or the fact that not all girls want to wear sparkles.
For friends, colleagues, and moms, Christina Carbonell and Galen Bernard, the idea behind their children's clothing brand, Primary, was a personal one.
I have twin girls who don't like pink and purple, and I had to buy them boys' jackets because they wanted orange. And that, at that point, it was 2015, felt so silly.
So tell me the premise of Primary.
To help every kid feel confident in who they are without prescribing what colors are boys and girls' colors, and without prescribing what styles boys and girls should wear.
The duo saw an open space in the market for gender-neutral, affordable clothing for kids. You find this white space and you say to each other, what?
We can do this differently. We're parents first. We want to create a solution.
That takes a lot of guts to leave your job for basically an idea in your head.
It felt terrible to think about not ever trying this. And it felt okay thinking about, like, if we tried it and it didn't work, we would be able to go find something else. And so I think that and like a little bit of a Thelma and Louise, like, let's hold hands and like do this, just like made it sort of a no-brainer.
Did you have money in the bank at the time, or was this like a...
No, we had nothing.
It was a risk. Right. As the two women started to raise funding, they faced an unexpected question.
We did get the question actually really early on whether our husbands were funding it, which is just an interesting perspective, but that wasn't the case for us at all.
Like, oh, you're leaving your jobs or your husbands?
We knew that we would have to raise venture capital to fund this business. That's very intimidating. It's not something that we had experience with, but we were lucky to have mentors and advisors who could guide us through that process.
Christina and Galen used every connection they had to set up meetings.
We got 100 no's and we got 2 yeses.
So tell me about your first yes.
I was sitting at lunch and the email came in with the actual term sheet. These things aren't real until you see it in writing, and I started crying. And that was like the first real, like, oh, this is like really happening. We really did it.
They launched their direct-to-consumer platform in 2015.
We launched it in sort of an extremely simple place. Only solids, super soft fabrics in a rainbow of colors. No logos, no slogans, no sequins, which was really important and still is. That simplicity piece where there aren't tags and there aren't seams.
The bottom line, this year their business for babies and kids has doubled.
You don't have to be 25 to launch a business. In starting a business, it's a big benefit to have had life experience, to have had business experience. It's almost like the same advice I got when I was thinking about having kids, which was there's no perfect time. It's never going to be like, oh, right now. We view ourselves as the Crayola of kids' clothing. They're essentials that every kid needs that are colorful and fun, and you can't go wrong.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. Boom. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I think we've all noticed style has taken a backseat to comfort over the last year, but spring is coming, so we wanted to take a look at some trends that are sure to reintroduce fashion and beauty back into our lives. So here to share what's all the rage right now, head of fashion partnership at Instagram, Eva Chen. Good morning, Eva.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good morning. How are you guys?
I'm
put on
doing
makeup
great.
for you today.
I'm loving the whole look you've got going on. So before we dive into trends, I can't believe New York Fashion Week started on Sunday. What is significant about this very different year? How are the industry and how are the designers getting creative?
Well, New York Fashion Week and the collections obviously have changed a lot because people are viewing it from their phone, from their laptops, and at home. So the experience is different. I'm currently in sweatpants on the bottom, and I will be watching shows later on my Instagram. So it's a comfortable experience, but of course we miss the togetherness. And right now, you know, Black and Fashion Council, you're seeing some images from the House of Amma, which is a great account. We're all about elevating Black-owned businesses, especially right now during this historic month.
All right, let's dig into some of the trends here. A trend we may even be seeing on the runway. It's called streetwear vintage. I'm trying to figure out what that means. Can you tell us about it?
So this is an amazing creator named Kia, and her Instagram is the notorious Kia, which I love. Now, you might remember some of these trends. I know I do from the 90s. We're talking about jerseys. We're talking about oversized. We're talking about construction boots. And she makes it look incredibly cool. This is one of her Instagram reels, and she's a master of what we call transitions, where she's hopping, she's moving, she's jumping to go from outfit to outfit. I love what she's wearing. Don't know if I can pull it off, but I think she looks amazing.
So that's what I was going to ask you. I mean, are we supposed to try some shoulder pads again? Like, is there any takeaway for the rest of us normal people? Like, can we pull off anything?
I think when you look at what Kia has done, and she's so creative and she's all about thrifting.
She's gorgeous.
You might think about how to add some sustainability to your style.
Okay.
Can you go to your local thrift shop? Can you buy vintage and do something a little oversized? She pairs a lot of oversize and plays with proportions really well.
Cool. I'm thinking of the 90s, and I mean, just the pictures I have of myself from the 90s, not great. But I mean, besides fashion, it can also include outfits. I mean, it can also include like fingernails and whatnot. 90s nail art, is that coming back?
90s nail art, it's coming back. 90s, everything is coming back. If you go on Instagram Reels, you can see that 90s are the hottest decade right now. So this is a nail creator who's based in New York. She's Japanese, named Nails by May. She is adorable. She's done the nails for like goddesses like Dua Lipa or Bella Hadid and Jonathan Van Ness, who is a goddess himself. And so 90s style nail art, you can see she's playing with a Nintendo on this Reels. They're long. Sometimes they are jelly textured. Remember those jelly sandals that we used to wear in the 90s? I don't want to age myself, but I used to wear them.
I love my jelly.
She's all about that jelly-like texture. A longer nail, which might be hard when you're on the phone a lot, but it's what's trending in fashion and on Instagram right now.
Okay, my mom's nails never went away, so she's like, I'm back in fashion. I don't want to run out of time. We have 2 minutes. Let's talk about beauty. What makes monochromatic makeup so cool?
So remember in the 90s when we all used to do like taupe lips, taupe eyes, taupe blush? It's back. So this is Shelby Contra, who is a self-taught makeup artist in Los Angeles. You're watching one of her reels right now where she's using the same camel tone on her face. How cute is she? You're able to learn from her reels because she really takes you through step by step the entire look. And I mean, she pulls it off, right?
Pretty.
You could also see J-Lo pulling this look off like in the 90s as well. It's something that she's done effortlessly for the last decade, and it still looks great.
Again, my monochromatic look did not look like that in the 90s.
You know, like teens today have a lot of polish.
They do.
Kids today,
They certainly do. Let's talk about kids today. How can they get in on the fashion fun?
Well, kids today, I remember growing up. This is me and my daughter, actually. I remember growing up and wearing like whatever was around, but kids today are high fashion kids. And so mommy and me dressing is very popular on Instagram. A lot of fashion influencers on Instagram like to twin with their kids. So this is my daughter, Ren, and myself. And there's a lot of jewelry lines and accessory lines. One of my favorite is a brand called Super Smalls, where it's made for kids, but I've definitely been known to borrow a few of the hair clips and hair accessories right now. It's all about pulling your hair back, as a busy mom. I know you both are moms as well. So
Exhibit A.
It's all about that mommy and me style. You can look up the hashtag mommy and me fashion on Instagram, and it's all right there.
I love it. I know my husband and my son wear matching bathing suits all the time, too. So a daddy and me component to that, too. Eva, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
And you can learn more about these trends and the Instagram creators who modeled them at thirdhourtoday.com.
Welcome to our Today All Day special, The Upside. I'm Craig Melvin. The Upside is all about uplifting people and stories that show the true grit of the human spirit. And after spending an amazing 2 weeks at the Tokyo Olympics, we couldn't help but think about the power of sports. So today we're going to shine a light on how sports changes lives, helping folks overcome obstacles both on and off the field. Now, traditionally, the sport of rowing isn't known for its diversity. While talent is everywhere, access is not. But that didn't stop the students of St. Benedict's Prep in Newark, New Jersey. With the help of a dedicated coach, they changed all that. And as you'll see, the school has a bit of a habit of turning tradition on its head. Spending a day at St. Benedict's Prep in Newark, New Jersey will leave you nothing short of inspired. Heart and hustle are everywhere.
Thanks on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Bang! On campus and 4.5 miles off.
Yes, that's what I want.
On the Passaic River.
You're making a change if it feels uncomfortable.
That's where you'll find Coach Craig White.
I graduated from St. Benedict's. I live in Newark. I've lived in Newark my whole life. What makes St. Benedict's Prep different is everything.
And he's not kidding. The students take charge here. So when one asked him to start a crew team, he had no choice but to take it up with the headmaster, Father Leahy.
And I told him, I said, no, crew's too expensive, Craig. We can't do crew. One day I was walking around the property, walked through a door and tripped over an erg. So I called Craig. I said, Craig, what the heck is the erg doing here? Oh, somebody just gave it to me. Great, some story, right? Ergs kept multiplying. And then one day I look across my room in the monastery, just thinking, 8-man shell. Craig, he just ignored me. So now we have you here doing a story on the crew team.
What started as a leap of faith is now a 10-year success story.
We're consistently getting higher and higher and higher and higher up the rankings. Our kids this year, they advanced to the semifinals at Stokesbury Cup for the first time in a decade.
I never really imagined that I could be a part of something so big. When I got to the team, I was just surprised that, wow, this actually exists. And that was really one of the first things that I could dedicate myself to.
That dedication got Yamil, Jaden, and Alvaro a ticket to U.S. Rowing's Olympic Development Program. And now they're dreaming bigger than they could have ever imagined.
My dream one day is to make the Olympics. I would love to go to the Olympics. My dream is to make the Olympics.
If one of my kids is on the Olympics, I'm probably gonna break the television. Screaming and throwing stuff, but it's great. Do we have a future Olympian in this group? Yes. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
While gold medals would be nice, Coach White says it's the character building on and off the water where the real magic happens.
Every time I have to do something hard, I think about it. I've been on the erg for 90 minutes straight before. I just think about that and be okay, I can do this. If I can do that, if I can do 90 minutes on the erg, I can definitely do this.
What we do on the water every day, without question, changes lives. When the kids come to us and they're part of the team, they change for a couple of reasons. One, first off, they learn and they understand that I have power to make my life better. It's not just about the sport, It's about, am I making myself better? Not just interpersonally, but am I becoming a better athlete, holistically better? Is my technique improving? Are my grades improving? Is my relationship with my family improving? And every generation of kids, every year, they raise the bar. And they do that themselves.
But they'll tell you, none of this would be possible without Coach White.
He's the guy. He's just the guy. He's just the guy. He does a lot for us. He sacrifices a lot for us. He's like kind of like a second father to me.
These kids are so grateful for everything. They're grateful for each other. They're grateful for the experience. And you could literally ask them to move mountains, and they'll do it.
From changing lives to changing the world of rowing to recognize the value of diversity in the sport, Coach says he's just getting started.
The rowing community in our country in particular struggled. It struggled to be able to diversify the sport. You know, our kids get hooked the minute that they get in the boat. So all we have to do is to provide access, you know, open a door. And then once the kids walk through it, they want to do it every day. I want these kids to have whatever they want. I want them to be able to grow into the world. They have the grit, they have the intelligence, they have the work ethic. So to be able to share myself and my family and my time with these kids, to be able to watch them grow, to be able to do what was done for me to another generation of young people. What else is there, you know?
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic.
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Skateboarding made its Olympic debut this year, but it's a 46-year-old newcomer and mom of two who has everyone talking. Known by her alter ego, Auntie Skates, Orby Roy's uplifting and inspiring skating videos have gone viral on TikTok, proving she's not your average auntie.
When I get on a skateboard, it is the most liberating feeling I've ever experienced. And whatever problems that I'm having in my life, they just go away. Yay! And when I get in a sari and I start flying in the bowl, it's just really fun. I feel very lucky that I found skateboarding. I could have lived my whole life and never found it.
Meet Orby Roy, also known as Auntie Skates on social media. She's a 46-year-old mother of two who started to skateboard just 3 years ago.
When I started skateboarding as a family, I started an Instagram account just to track our progress for fun and feel good about us as a family skateboarding together, and it made me really happy. Then in January of 2021, it was a particularly dark period for, I think, a lot of people with COVID, and everybody just seemed depressed. People weren't even hiding it anymore. And myself included. I think that mental health, everybody's mental health was suffering. So I created Auntie Skates as a way to spread joy and positivity. I started a TikTok account. I had never even been on TikTok before. And I took a character, Auntie, and I just started posting really fun, uplifting videos. I had created the character Auntie some time ago in improv, and I may or may not have been disciplining my children with that accent.
Hello everybody, it's Auntie. I'm out in the cold weather in Canada to do a rock to fakie. First try. Ready?
that was one piece of it. And the other piece of it was I was getting on Instagram more, and I started following young South Asian women. And I started to notice that they were complaining often about auntie. And every culture has that toxic person in their lives, the person that tries to bring them down, the person that's always judging them, you know, the person that says, "Why aren't you married yet?" And every culture has that, my culture included. So why not be the person that builds people up? And that's why Auntie Skates was created, specifically.
And it wasn't just her age that made her stand out in the skate park.
As a South Asian woman, I do wear traditional dress often for special occasions, weddings. Any chance I can to wear a sari, I will wear it. A sari is a traditional Indian outfit that women wear, and it's a long piece of cloth that you wrap around yourself. It comes in really bright, vibrant colors. I like to have fun as a skateboarder. I like to have fun as a mom. And I took Auntie Skates a little bit further, and I put Auntie in a sari, and I skated the bowl.
Orby didn't realize the impact that she would have on others.
It was the comments that people were leaving, from the 40-year-old man who used to skate as a kid and bought a board because of me, to the young Indian girl in a village in India who said, "If you can do it, I can do it." It resonated with so many people in so many different ways.
Roy was always someone that took risks, even when she was a young girl.
My parents are immigrants. They came to this country in the 60s, and I think when they came to this country, they had culture shock. They didn't really feel comfortable raising a daughter in a new, more liberal country, and I think what happened was they kind of doubled down on their old school values. They were doing what they thought was best for me, and they were setting some standards based on their own fears. And the great thing about my parents is that they learned from their mistakes. Yes, I got a computer science degree. Yes, I worked on Wall Street. But that day that I called my father and told him I was walking away from this job, and he supported me, and my mom supported me, I knew that I would always have my parents' support no matter what crazy thing I did. And with Auntie Skates, the fact that I was doing skateboarding in the first place, they were behind me immediately.
Sadly, Roy lost her beloved father, Shamit, this year.
I've always leapt before I looked, and the reason why I've been able to do that is because of my father's support. He always had my back, and he would gently guide me.
Family support has always guided Roy, and it was her husband, and ultimately becoming a mother, that made her want to pick up a skateboard and try.
When I first started talking to Sanjeev, skateboarding came up right away. He told me he sprained his ankle skateboarding and he couldn't come and meet me and that I should come and meet him. And I immediately asked him, "Are you a pro skater?" I had no concept of adult skateboarding. And he said, "I'm not a pro skater, I'm an adult skateboarder, and I just like to skateboard."
She just fell in love with it. Next thing you know, I get a text message of her dropping in on a quarter pipe and and like falling on her butt and laughing. And yeah, I think that was it. That hooked you.
When we're sessioning, which is a bunch of us skating together, we just feed off of each other's energy and we push each other to try new tricks. We celebrate together, and we also push each other a little bit. Why not?
Roy believes skateboarding has actually made her a better parent.
Let's go! Yeah! I can do it! What's up?
There's a lot of life lessons to be learned in skateboarding. I've watched my kids' confidence grow so much as they skateboard. And they also learn a little bit about perseverance. You're not going to get something right away. It's not going to be handed to you. Sometimes I'm mad, sometimes I'm frustrated.
Mama, you say I'm the drama queen. I am the drama queen.
They see all the emotions that I go through and they see me get through it. And that's what they're mimicking that behavior now. Sometimes people are at the skate park and they're a little bit nervous. And I always go to those people and say, "How are you doing? Do you need some help?" And now they do the same thing too. And just the fact that they have compassion and empathy and that they've learned that, it makes me so proud. It makes me so proud. That's parenting 101, I guess.
People ask her, "Are your kids embarrassed of you starting this thing?" And we're not. Like, we're really proud of her. Like, there's no reason to be embarrassed. Like, if you have like a super cool parent or a super cool mom, be proud of it.
As a 46-year-old woman who gets into a bowl and skates in a sari, I want people to know that you can do anything you want. Be kind to yourself and follow those dreams. Do that thing you thought was too late to do. Do the thing that makes you happy. Auntie believes in you.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Turning obstacles into opportunities might seem daunting for some, but not for weightlifter Chris Rudin, who has dedicated his life to teaching others how to live without limitations.
A lot of people know that I was born with a disability, but a lot of people don't know the story behind the glove and why I've kept it on for so long. I started wearing this glove in middle school. I was used to the looks, but it wasn't until I went to middle school that kids started making fun of me. So this is the first time I am taking my glove off in front of people I've hidden from everyone else and myself, and I can't anymore. I really can't. I remember making that video, uploaded it to YouTube, I closed my laptop, and I just didn't look at it. I was like, I don't care what happens, I'm just gonna avoid it. And I woke up to being on the front page of YouTube, on the front page of Reddit, and all over the internet. Washington Post picked it up, and just everyone ran with it. This is me. It's a part of me. It's something I have to learn to fully accept. And I guess you do too. My name is Chris Rudin, and I was born with 2 fingers on my left hand and a shorter left arm. I never even thought that there was other people like me. I accepted that I was different, and for a long time I accepted that I was broken. I accepted that I was less than. I always told myself that I never needed to stop hiding, to the point where I wouldn't leave my house if I couldn't find my glove. I've had to even text my dad, I'm like, hey, I need a glove, and he would go to the store to get me one because I wouldn't leave the house. I refuse. But I set a goal, if I ever got a prosthetic arm, which is almost impossible to get, that I would take my glove off and I would show the world. Since my last post, I have been invited to be on a TV show hosted by The Rock.
I never thought I would take my glove off and show people my disability. I'm here for every kid that's afraid of being different, every kid that's afraid of the way they look or the way they are. I'm here to show that it's possible, and I hope every kid in America knows limitations are self-imposed.
Great job. Thank you. To look back and go from the kid who was hiding the kid who was ashamed to be in front of everyone, to being on magazine covers, being on billboards with The Rock, a guy who used to play with his action figures, and speaking all around the world, making a book, breaking a world record and deadlifting over 650 pounds with one hand against non-disabled people. All of that is amazing, but every day I get to help someone have that light bulb moment of, hey, I'm more than my circumstance, is the best feeling in the world. Super early this morning, but it's time to head to Nubability. Nubability is a nonprofit organization that teaches kids with limb differences how to play organized sports. I'm really excited to meet the kids, to see how the camp is. I never really had any of this growing up, so it'll be fun. How you doing? This is my first year as a coach at Nubability.
When you think of the word overcomer, it's every single person in this room.
What I really love about Nubability is there's archery, fishing, basketball, football, every sport you could imagine, even lifting weights. But more than just the sports, it's the opportunity to overcome any obstacle that this limb difference or amputation might present.
Snag it.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right, man. Good hustle. Good. Go.
Oh my God, I'm so glad I got to see you. Are you fishing? Yes. Bonding with the next generation makes me feel impactful. It makes me feel like I'm serving some sort of higher purpose beyond the struggle that I have, but the struggles that everyone else faces. You can reel up the line a little bit. Come on, you gotta know we're gonna catch fish.
Mr. Chris is awesome, kind, sweet, nice to others. Mr. Chris is one of my most favorite people in the world.
Got it. Reel it in.
And the most funnest one I've ever met.
Boom! Boom! That's a catfish. Good job. One more time. All the way down. Chest up, knees out. Up. Good job.
Good job.
I'm stretching. I was teaching kids strength and conditioning, but what I was really teaching them is unwavering confidence. Up. Let's go. The ability to be resilient and the ability to adapt for any circumstance. The most fulfilling moment today was definitely watching this guy who was definitely taken aback by like everything. He deadlifted for the first time in his life, and he was emotional. He was definitely emotional, and it got me to watch a kid go from being timid to confident. You just did 4 different workouts in 2 seconds.
That was cool.
I love that light bulb moment that took me 17 years to happen. It takes them a few minutes. Look at you doing pull-ups. It's important not to hide who you are, because in hiding, you'll never discover who you actually are. All you will be is a carbon copy of everyone else, and the world has enough other people, and the world doesn't have any of you. Good job. So why rob the world and the next generation of the potential and the reach and the impact that you can be by being yourself? Being seen makes me feel like a person who's not broken. And the biggest moment of feeling seen was when I looked at my mirror and I wasn't ashamed of what I saw anymore. The upside to my story is, regardless of what life throws at you, there's always a way to make it to the top.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Today on The Upside, we're shining a light on the ways sports uplift and inspire. Up next, we're going to introduce you to a young boxer who's doing just that, fighting to claim a place for women in a sport still dominated by men.
I didn't think when I had started boxing that I was gonna come this far. I didn't know I was gonna grow this fast.
This is Violet, the warrior princess Lopez.
I would probably say I'm more of a warrior than a princess.
A 13-year-old boxer from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who's shaking up the world of youth boxing.
People say boxing is not meant for girls. I want them to see me as someone who shows you that you can do the sport you love, even though it's a sport that people say is not meant for you.
Violet was born with the heart of a fighter.
She's our youngest female boxer ever to compete out of the United Community Center. And I taught her from scratch, you know, from a kid that didn't know nothing.
One day I was at home and my dad came home from work and he was like, your cousins are gonna do boxing, do you wanna try it to see if you like it?
They looked around, they trained a little bit, and then as the weeks went on, she just got more and more into it.
At just 8 years old, Violet won her first fight. She was forced to wait 2 years for her next fight because there wasn't another female competitor in her age group.
Early on in her career, she was always down on herself because she never knew when she was going to get a fight. Being a female in boxing and then being an 8-year-old female, there's not many 8-year-old females that want to get punched in the face.
For 2 years, she just trained. They would have show fights here and all the boys are fighting, but she wasn't. She was just watching from the stands. She started to kind of think if it was for her because she didn't feel like there was enough room for females in boxing just because there was no opportunities for them.
I think that she realizes now that it's just part of the sport for female boxers.
That's the last round, okay? 20 seconds.
Not being able to get a fight and her crying because she wanted to fight. That's just as bad as losing.
But Violet didn't let that stop her. By 12 years old, she was the top-ranked amateur boxer in the country in her division, winning gold at the Junior Olympics and 5 national championships.
I want everyone to know that I worked really hard to get to where I am right now, and it's not always easy.
One of Violet's biggest challenges is outside the ring, fighting the stereotypes that are familiar to many female athletes.
Their biggest challenge is the fact that they are a female and not a male. People just assuming that they have it easier, people thinking that the training may be different for them, not as hard, they don't have to do as much. To see her cry in her bedroom. To say that my daughter wouldn't have national championships if she were a boy because it'd be so much harder and like that's real boxing is just crap.
Nonetheless, Violet persisted.
Leading up to Lake Charles, I thought we had a really good camp. You know, she knew she had to step it up and she had to fight harder, prepare harder. Violet persevered. She outboxed them. She did what she had to do.
I'm really happy. I'm glad that I got another win in my book.
Violet was poised to have her best season ever in 2020.
2020 was going to be the year like that. I just skyrocketed. But no, the coronavirus came along. It impacted me so much. I had to take off a year of showing people what I can do and who I want to be and what I want to change for boxing.
Violet's gym closed in March of 2020, and she had 3 of her upcoming tournaments canceled because of the pandemic. Her next national tournament was set for March 2021.
I'm looking forward to fighting because I haven't fought in it's going to be a whole year once that time comes. Not having fought in a while, it is going to be a little more difficult because I'm going to have to like get back into the groove of things.
I just always tell her to continue to be her and work as hard as she can, and that'll just be enough. To always know what you want, continue to be who you are, and just do the best that you can. We can't always expect you to win and be perfect.
Violet finished 3rd in the Youth National Championships. After that one loss, Violet's national ranking dropped from 1st to 3rd.
I think I needed that loss. That was my first loss in a long time. I gotta work harder because I want to get back to the #1 spot because that's where I should be. I'm graduating 8th grade, so I'm going to become a high schooler in a few months. My birthday is coming up too, so I'll be 14.
I'm beyond proud. I'm beyond proud. There's not a word. For what we've accomplished and for what we've done together, I just don't feel like people can take that away from me.
In July, Violet's home gym reopened, and she earned a bronze medal at the 2021 Junior Olympics in Lubbock, Texas. Next up, she's aiming for that #1 ranking.
My goal is to get my #1 spot back because that's what I want, period.
Probably cause I am a star and I got what it takes. Cause I'm finna go far, finna win first place.
That's it for us on the Upside, Power of Sports. Hope you walk away inspired by the incredible people and stories that we showcased today, proving that you don't have to be an elite athlete to experience the life-changing power of sport.
Hello, all of our Today Show All Day family. It is Friday the 13th, but we are feeling very lucky, are we not, to have everybody joining us, Craig?
Yes, we are, SG. That's because you're tuning into our digital show. We call it Today in 30, a half hour of everything that you need to catch up on our show that you may have missed earlier this morning.
And first up, the FDA's decision to authorize booster shots for certain Americans as a dangerous new wave of the coronavirus overwhelms hospitals in some areas. We're going to have a full report.
Also, after months of legal and public pressure, Britney Spears' father has agreed to step down from her conservatorship, but not right away. We're going to take a look at what that means for her fight and her future.
And speaking of pop stars, Ben Platt stopped by. We chatted with him about his new album, which is out today. And we even helped him surprise one of his biggest fans.
And we are eliminating one worry as you send those kids back to school. Our friend Siri Daly sharing some great packable lunches that are kid approved.
Oh, I love that. So no vegetables, I guess. Let's get this Friday started, shall we?
Let's do it.
Time for Today
in 30. Now to that breaking news overnight back here in the fight against the coronavirus. As expected, the FDA is now authorizing booster shots for vaccinated Americans with weakened immune systems. And that decision coming amid a new wave of the virus, with hospitalizations up 31% in just the last week alone. Some hospitals are now struggling mightily with staff shortages. NBC's Morgan Chesky is in Dallas with that. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Craig, good morning. And this really is a tough situation. This summer surge hitting these hospitals with unprecedented force. At last check, Texas and Florida now combined for 40% of new hospitalizations. And officials are now hoping this new booster shot can protect those who need it most.
This morning, the FDA giving the green light to booster shots, authorizing an extra dose for those with weakened immune systems. The qualifying group is small, about